Okay, good morning. The pardon board is called to order. Today is Monday, May 5th, 2025. It is 9:01 a.m. I'd like to ask Secretary to call the roll, please.
Alonzo.
Here.
Stacy.
Here.
Here.
Freeman.
Here.
Madam Chair, we have closed.
Thank you. Our first item of business this morning is review and approval of the minutes from Monday, April 21st. From our hearings on that day, those minutes are included in your packet. Are there any corrections? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes. We have a motion by Mr. Taylor. Second by Mr. Freeman. Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing none, those minutes are approved. Today, we will allow public comment on requests before any action item. So our next agenda item is consideration of applications for clemency or pardon. And our first remote location this morning is at the River Oaks Nursing Home and Rehabilitation Center. Mr. Young, good morning.
I said good morning.
Our hearing at River Oaks this morning will be facilitated by parole officer and Mr. Hank Nettles. Thanks for helping us out this morning. We appreciate it. Can you hear us okay, Mr. Nettles?
Yes, ma'am. I can hear y'all fine. Mr. Young is very hard of hearing.
Yes, I understand. Mr. Young.
I ain't hearing. It ain't even hearing.
Can't hear anything.
All right, Mr. Young.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Young, I'm gonna, is your name Jim Young?
Yeah, my name is Jim Young.
And what is your DOC number?
DOC 103614.
All right, thank you, sir. I'm gonna read some information into the record for just a moment. I'm just going to be entering some information into the record, Mr. Young.
Okay.
Okay, so Mr. Young is currently, as I said, residing at River Oaks Nursing Home and Rehabilitation Center. He was sentenced in Bossier Parish in April 1983 to a life sentence for a second-degree murder conviction. He was considered for and granted a medical treatment furlough in October 2024, which is why he is residing at the River Oaks Nursing Home. Mr. Young is 83 years of age and has currently served, I believe, 43 years on his sentence. He is now seeking a commutation of his sentence. Mr. Young, can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Miss Stapleton. She's going to ask you some questions.
There's no.
Mr. Young, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to keep it brief, okay? We're going to make a decision this day. And based upon you've had a very violent criminal history. Can you hear that? Did you stab a man?
Oh man, I can't hear you.
Oh goodness.
Oh man.
Can the probation officer pass along to him what we're saying because you're closer to him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, will you do that for us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, today I'm going to consider that he's had a very violent criminal history.
Can't you see it?
Right. You tell him that, please.
I have no vision.
Hold on. I'm going to repeat what they say to you. Okay.
You get that?
Can you repeat that?
Yes.
No.
Today I'm going to consider that in 1983 he stabbed a man and he has an extensive criminal history prior to that of violence.
Today they're going to consider that in 1983,
1983.
you stabbed a man.
Huh?
You stabbed a man.
Stabbed a man?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. And he killed him.
And you killed him.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. And prior to that, he has an extensive violent criminal history
And prior to that, you have an extensive violent criminal history
in multi-states.
in multi-states.
So based upon that, that's what I'm gonna be looking
There's
at.
nothing
That's what I'm gonna be
wrong.
considering today.
Okay, and based upon that, that is what they are going to be looking at and considering today.
And I'm gonna pass it to other board members.
They're going to go to other board members right now.
All right. Are there any questions or comments about Mr. Young's case?
Do you have any questions or comment?
No, I have any questions.
Yeah. That's a no.
Okay.
Okay, let me just put this in the record. There is opposition to any favorable consideration for Mr. Young. He was, as I mentioned, he's serving a life sentence. He has an extensive criminal history from California, Utah, Arizona, and Montana, beginning in 1959. He has at least 2 prior felony convictions, including a manslaughter conviction from the state of California in 1963. He is currently residing at the nursing home based on his limited mobility issues and other health considerations. He will continue, if no relief is granted today, that's where he will spend the remainder of his life. I think that the board is prepared to vote. We'll start with Mrs. Stapleton.
Okay, based upon the information, you're gonna have to tell him if you will.
Yes,
Sir.
ma'am. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
based on the information of his violent
I
criminal,
can't understand you.
you
I
can tell
can't
him that.
understand nothing you say.
Okay. Can you repeat that, please?
Yeah, based upon, I'm going
Based
to
upon-
deny him today, based
Okay.
upon his violent criminal history
Okay,
and
you
law
have,
enforcement opposition.
okay, based upon what she has, she's going to deny you today. Okay?
Mr. Tillis,
I concur, Ms. Stapleton.
Mr. Prater,
Concur.
Mr. Freeman.
Concur.
I also, my vote today is to deny. So would you please, Mr. Nattles, inform Mr. Young that his application has been denied today?
Yes, ma'am.
Nettles.
Thank you, Mr. Nettles.
Yes, ma'am. You'll have a good one.
You-
All right, they denied your parole or they denied you. They denied you based upon your violent offenses.
All right, good morning. The pardon board is reconvening. We're now at David Wade Correctional Center. It's Monday, May 5th, 2025, and it's 9:12 a.m. Warden, would you and your staff please introduce yourself for the record?
Yes, ma'am. Deputy Warden Brenda Ackland.
Peggy Trupiano, ARDC Manager.
Anna Ralston, classification.
Elizabeth Savage, Lieutenant Colonel.
All right, thank you. And our first case there at Wade this morning is Mr. Brown. Good morning, Mr. Brown. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number, sir.
My name is Carter Brown. DOC number is 123289.
Yes, sir, Mr. Brown. And I think you have counsel joining us by Zoom. Mr. House, would you introduce yourself for the record, sir?
Absolutely. Philip House, with and on behalf of Mr. Brown.
Thank you, sir. In opposition today, we'll be hearing from Connie Oliver and Delbert Oliver, and we'll call on them at the appropriate time to do so. First, Mr. Brown, I'm going to read some identifying information into the record, and then we'd like to hear your statement. Good morning, Warden Dozat.
Good morning. Sorry, I was running a little late.
Okay, and I see there's some folks there at Wade. I don't have them on my list. Would they sit behind Mr. Brown to introduce yourself?
Christopher K. Brown. I'm Carter Brown's son.
Go ahead.
I'm Jeannie Brown. I'm his wife.
And I'm assuming both of you would like to speak on his behalf?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay, we'll call on you at the appropriate time to do so.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so Mr. Brown, you are seeking today a commutation of your sentence. You have two jurisdictions. You were sentenced first in Webster Parish, October 1988, aggravated rape, life without parole. Another sentencing in 1989 in Richland Parish, attempted aggravated kidnapping and first-degree robbery. You received a 50-year and 40-year sentence, respectively. And this is all one offense, just it involved two different jurisdictions. Is that information correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so before we hear from the folks, your supporters, we'd like to hear from you, sir. Can you tell us what happened? What got you in jail? Why are you there? Why are you seeking a commutation of your sentence? And why do you think we should vote favorably for you today?
You asked me to speak on the crime itself. Okay, well, I was a serious drug addict. I become heavily addicted to drugs from a car wreck I'd had years before, but I had been addicted for several years. My drug habit got worse and worse. And at the time of this crime, I had possessed a toy gun. My intentions were not to hurt anyone. And so I went into the hospital to the emergency room with this gun, and I confronted Miss Olivo and I asked her to give me all the narcotics. Miss Olivo stated that there was no narcotics in the emergency room. And she said they were in the pharmacy, but she would get the keys and get it. So I looked out the door and being surprised, I just thought I saw like security or a blue shirt or something down the hall. And I was thinking that maybe it was a policeman or something. I got scared and I didn't have any protection. The gun I had, it was fake. So I asked Miss Olivo to come out ahead of me, and we got in the car. She got in the car ahead of me. I got in the car, and me and her and my girlfriend, Stacy Cox, we left the hospital and we got on the interstate and drove west. This time in my own mind, I was mad at myself and very upset. And I talked bad to Miss Olivo. Mainly wasn't that I was mad at her, I was mad at myself, but I was angry to the point that I went in to get narcotics. I didn't have any. I'm on the road. I've now kidnapped someone, which was not intended to happen. I just wanted to get the narcotics and leave. But on the road, we went on. I didn't know what I was going to do. So we went towards Spring Hill, I think it was, through Dixie and towards Spring Hill. And at that point, I stopped the car. Miss Olivo said she needed to relieve herself, and she did. And at that point, after that, we said something to one another. I got angry. I was angry with myself more than her, but somehow I got angry with her at that time. And I led Miss Olivo across this little ditch area to a tree line, and that is where I forced myself on Miss Olivo. I took it out on her.
So you submitted your application for clemency. Tell us, why do you think we should vote for you today?
Well, for 37 years, I've done everything that I can to rehabilitate myself as far as what was offered through the prison. The things that happened I wouldn't even be here today if I didn't know there was change and that drug history and those things were in my past. My biggest change come from the fact that I'd hurt Miss Olivo. My intentions wasn't that anyone would get hurt, and that was the reason for this fake gun to begin with. And someone did get hurt, and I know it affects a lot of people, these types of crime. And it was behind this. I'd felt so much guilt, so much shame behind the things that I've prayed for my family. I prayed for myself, but one thing I've done more than anything for is praying for anybody was for Miss Olivo. I've prayed for her and her family ever since that day and every night for I did not want that to dictate the rest of I sought God, and I'd give myself to God. If it wasn't for God and how I know that He's worked in me and changed me, just for the things that I've attended and what I've accomplished here at David Wade, I would be skeptical about even wanting to get out. But I know my change has come through God. And I have spent much time in His presence and doing what He would want me to do. As far as rehabilitation, I've done what I can to do to be rehabilitated, as far as I believe. I tried to be an asset to the prison. I've tried to show everyone respect. I don't know if I could say in my own words that I would feel I deserve to be out, because deserve it'd be like I could make a wrong right, or I could do enough good to offset the bad. I can't go back and redo anything I did. I pray about it continually, even now after all these years, and I can feel God's forgiveness, but I still have trouble forgiving myself. And so that makes me strive to be a better person to help people. And I would like the opportunity. I'll be 65 soon. My life's, most of it's been in prison now. And I'd like to have the opportunity to have something other than prison.
All right, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. Before we hear from your attorney, we'd first like to hear from Warden Dozat. What can you tell us about Mr. Grant?
Well, Carter is very actively involved in our religious program. He works in the chapel, as you see from his work evaluation. He comes highly recommended from the chaplain. I've known Carter for about 23 years now, and he's not changed as far as gone back, and he's been very consistent with who he is. He's completed our sex offender program. He's currently in reentry. He is scheduled to start victim awareness this Thursday. He hasn't had any rule infractions since he's been here, and he's very respectful and not any disciplinary problem whatsoever. But he is, like I said, his character's been consistent ever since I've known him. And he does go above and beyond to try to ensure that our religious programming and our guests and everything is taken care of in the way that it should. And hopefully, and he's got a solid residence plan. He's got family support. Miss Jeannie comes to visit all the time. And so, as far as Carter goes, I mean, he's done everything program wise that we've offered, and has not received any rule infractions. So he's been able to go by the rules and regulations, and overall it's just, done everything that's been expected of him since he's been here.
Thank you. We'd like to hear from Mr. Brown's family. I'm sorry, Miss Jeannie, is it? Miss Jeannie Brown?
You can stand right here.
Yes. Hi, I'm Jeannie Brown, and Carter's my husband. We've been married for 21 years. He's the love of my life. He's made so much difference in my life. I knew him when we were younger. We were up in Mendon as teenagers together, and he was a good guy then, very caring and friendly, and we went our separate ways. And I lived out of town, and I heard that he had this accident, and I came to visit, and he was different. He was more inward, he wasn't really the same person. And then I went on, and years later, I spoke to his brother, and he told me that he was doing so good, and I just couldn't quit thinking about him. So I wrote him, we started writing, and he let me come visit him. When I came to visit him, I saw the same man that I knew when we were younger. He was back to the same person that he was before the wreck, before the drugs, and even more. I could see that he had something. I've been a Christian all my life. I grew up in church, but he had something that I wanted, and I could see it. He lived it. And he's caring, loving. My mom adored him. She came to see him anytime possible. She passed away 5 years ago, but if she was here, she would be honored to come and speak for him. She loved him, and he loved her dearly. All of our grandchildren, we have a really close knit family. The grandchildren love him. They come to visit and don't ever want to leave him when they do come to visit him. He's their pops. And they'll have a stable, drug-free, alcohol-free home to come home to, have a good church family. And he's been my rock. Everybody tells me he's so blessed to have me, but I feel like I'm so blessed to have him because he's done just as much for me as I have for him. And we just really want him to come home and have a chance to be a part of our lives. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Chris Brown.
Good morning.
Morning.
Distinguished members of the board, Warden Dozak, friends, thank you for your time and attention, and thank you in advance for your consideration. I'm C.K. Brown. I'm grateful to speak on behalf of Carter Brown, my dad, my mentor, and my friend. Carter Brown was a young man when he went into prison. I myself was in the 4th grade when he was sentenced. Today, I am a grandfather of 2, the elder of which will enter the 4th grade in the coming months. I'm grateful that he was incarcerated. Substance abuse took my dad away from me long before the courts did. In prison, he got clean and sober, and he discovered his faith. It is that faith that radically transformed a stubborn and even violent young man into the wise, humble, and gentle soul that I know him as today. This transformation was so evident and undeniable that when he witnessed to me across a David Wade Visitor Center table almost 25 years ago, I had no choice but to recognize God's power to change people. It was soon after that visit that I gave my life to the Lord. Generally speaking, Carter Brown has spent his many years serving the ministry and counseling those around him. I have no reason to believe that if he were given the opportunity to reintegrate, that those priorities would change. I prayerfully and respectfully request that this board, at its discretion, recommend that Carter Brown's life sentence be commuted. And again, I thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Mr. House, we'd like to hear from you, sir.
Thank you. Just to kind of touch on, I think what the deputy warden kind of went into is that at this point in time, not only has Mr. Brown completed an alcohol anonymous program through DOC and all of the Louisiana risk management cognitive sexual behavior model, he has also been active. And I think it's witnessed by a letter by the Reverend there who interacts with him on a daily basis. Beyond just these programs being completed, he, on a day in, day out basis, sees not just a change, but a sustained change in Mr. Brown over his long experience with him. I'll go back to also what the deputy warden hit on is that he's had no violations of any rules there at David Wade. I think, in fact, the only one that I saw in checking his records was some sort of violation in 1991, which was the only violation. Beyond the fact that he obviously, as having his wife here to testify about having a stable living environment were he to be released, it's also worth noting it was included that he also has an opportunity for gainful employment if he were released. If our goal is punishment, he's been incarcerated for over 30 years. If our goal is also rehabilitation, there's no instance that you can look at that exists within the record that says he hasn't actively sought to rehabilitate himself, that he has not been successful in that endeavor, and that if released, he has the tools and the people available to him to make sure that that maintains itself going forward were he to be released.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. House. All right. At this time, we'd like to hear from the victim. So, Ms. Connie.
She's on mute.
You're still on mute. You're still on mute. Can't hear you.
Thank you.
We're working on it.
Okay. Hey, watch this. We're gonna put it on the microphone.
And if you look at Mandy, she can come and do that. Francis, can you hear us? Get Mandy to come in.
Hey, Mandy.
Can you hear us? Is this Mr. Abbott? Okay, hold on. We just want to unmute it. Can you hear us now through the computer?
I'm hearing you through the phone.
Yeah, we can hear him through the computer, but something's up with their microphone.
Can you hear us now?
Yes.
All right, I wanted to introduce myself because I wasn't sure that you saw me here. My name is Penny Ducier. I'm the district attorney for the 5th JDC, and I was actually an ADA when this happened in 1989, or when we sentenced him in 1989. I don't know if you want to hear from me first or whether you want to hear from the victims, but I am going to want to make a statement and let you know how strenuously the state is opposed to this. So I just.
However you all would like to work it, whoever wants to speak first is fine.
Let me just say this. I have been doing this work for 35 years, and I hear him say that he committed this crime because he was a drug addict. I do not believe that. In 35 years, it has not been my experience that people rape someone because of a drug addiction. That is a deep-rooted character flaw when you are a rapist. I'm happy that he's done so well in prison, but he's 64 years old, and as a woman who's about to turn 65, I can tell you he's still dangerous. If you are a rapist, that's what you are. Now, we tagged on 90 years to his sentence to make sure that he never gets out of prison, because I think our goal is supposed to be safety for society and not just punishment and not just taking care of the victims. The fact that he married while in prison and he's been allowed to go on about his life is nice, but this rape affected my victim for the last 37 years. She has had to suffer with it every day, and I think she's going to tell you a little bit more about that. This was a terrible case. I think there's been some confusion about maybe law enforcement not making comments because of the two different jurisdictions. I know that Charles McDonald and Chief Willie Robinson, who worked this case back then, would be adamantly opposed if they had been able to, if they'd been contacted. I think they contacted some people in Webster who, because our victim lived here in my jurisdiction, weren't as familiar with the case. And also, I understand from talking to the Attorney General on Friday that they were not notified and they want to make their opposition known to him receiving clemency. And spoke to Taylor Gray. He told me on Friday he was going to write a letter in opposition, and I hope he did that.
He did.
This is not the first time that Carter Kent Brown robbed a hospital. He had done it before. He had committed other violent crimes and lots of misdemeanors. And I don't know what his situation was in Webster, but he was able to get away with those crimes. When he was in this car, he had a young girl who was in the 11th grade. Her name was Stacy. I don't remember Stacy's last name, but she spent some time in prison. She gave birth to his child. I guess that's not the child that's here, but to me, that bringing a young child, a young girl with him while he rapes another woman really shows another level of perversion that I hope this board is considering. I've had some more comments. I just hope that if this board were to grant this clemency, which I am adamantly opposed, I hope he serves every day of the 90 years after that Richland Parish has given. And I'm going to allow her to give her statement now, unless y'all have any questions.
Thank you, ma'am.
When he came into the emergency room, he presented himself as a patient. We filled out all the paperwork. I walked ahead of him into the emergency room. When I turned around, he had a gun aimed at my chest. I had no clue that it was a toy. To me, it was just as real as any gun I'd ever seen in my life. I feared for my life. When he took me out the door and put me in the car, as we were driving over to Mendon, which we did take the Spring Hill Cotton Valley exit, he told me that he had killed before and he would kill again. Don't fuck up and make him mad. Those were his words. Just don't make him mad. And as he tied me up, he gagged me with a strip of towel that he had in the car. He tied my hands behind my back and took me across that ditch into the edge of the woods. He forced me to lie down on the ground while he tied my feet together with the piece of towel. He even took the laces out of my shoes to tie my feet together. And as he was bent over me, I could see the gun in the back of his pants. And I feared for my life. He kept telling me, I'm not going to hurt you, but don't make me mad. Don't cry. I was terrified. I never understood the meaning of the word terror until those minutes when he had me on the ground and I saw that gun in his pants. And I just knew he was about to pull a bullet through my head. And that's when he decided to rape me. And he did go off and leave me, and I was able to get loose and go get help. But I feared for my life. And I had every reason to fear for my life with him telling me that he had killed before and he would do it again. And I never went back to work at the hospital. I went back to work at the hospital in purchasing, but not as a nurse. I couldn't face being a nurse in that hospital again. And I didn't last at the hospital, but just a very few months, and I had to leave. I just couldn't stay there. And my life just changed completely after this. I did go on to work in a nursing home, and I eventually had to quit nursing. But he was given life plus 90 consecutively for reasons. And those reasons still need to be considered. Because like Ms. Ducier said, you know, he raped me, and he could do it again if he got out.
Thank you, Ms.
Over my shoulder quite frequently. I can't stand for anybody to come up behind me.
Thank you for speaking with us this morning, Ms. Connie. Mr. Delbert,
Yes, ma'am.
what would you like to say to us?
Thank you for having this hearing. I think it's a good thing. I had always considered myself a more compassionate person than most people. I understand that trauma affects people, but I had no idea how much. Connie was a changed person after this, and it's affected all of her life since then. Anyone who is subjected to this kind of terror, there's just really no way for them to live over it. They live with it. Anyone who commits this kind of offense should have to live with the results of their actions. No matter how they have acted since then, how good a person they are, what they did, they're responsible for. So thank you all for having this hearing today.
Yes, sir. We do appreciate hearing from you all. So we'll start our interview now. Mr. Brown, your case was assigned to Mr. Freeman. Would you answer any questions he may have?
Okay, Mr. Brown, how old are you?
64.
What's your educational level?
I received a GED.
Okay, I listened to your statement, and most of it went along with the police report, but didn't you stop twice? Didn't you stop one time and it was too thick and you couldn't get her through the woods?
I don't remember that.
Yeah, it said y'all stopped twice. You stopped once.
No.
She got tangled up in the vines, so you brought her back out. And then you went down the road and brought her across the ditch. So
That
your
may be-
intention was to rape her. You didn't get mad at her. You intended on raping her when you got out the car.
No, sir.
Yeah, that's what it seemed. It don't seem like you would stop twice. If she just wanted to relieve herself, she could have just stood on the side of the road. But anyway, okay, let's move on further. What about your mental health history? Are you still on medication or you off?
No, sir, I'm off mental health medicine.
Okay, 'cause I see one time you got found not guilty by reason of insanity.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell me about that carnal knowledge charge in 1985. What was that about? I see it was dismissed, but what did
Yes,
they
sir.
arrest you for?
Well, they arrested me for it because her mother was keeping her child and I took her to a concert. We didn't get back in time, and at the time we said, she had told me she was 18 years old. I had no reason not to believe her because she worked at a corner store there near the house. She didn't work or anything. She had a 2-year-old daughter. And the mother was supposed to be keeping that daughter. And then as we were gone, when we came back, her mother said that she had called the police. Her and the daughter got into an argument. And so she had left with me. I didn't even know that she was 17 at the time until
Yeah.
after I was arrested.
I was asked, how old was she? Okay. All right. I see you had good DB reports. What about what class you took that meant the most? Did you take victim impact?
Sir?
Have you taken victim impact?
Yes, I'm enrolled in that now and in the process of taking that class now. I've been backlogged, but now I'm enrolled in. I will start this Thursday.
Okay. All right. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah,
Mr. Tillis?
where do you plan to live if released?
I would live in Mendon with my wife.
Okay, do you plan to work?
Yes, that's at a family business my cousin owns now. It's New Brown Construction.
I see. I have no more questions.
I've got a question. I want to follow up on what the district attorney said about, understood it right, that your accomplice that night was an 11th grader. Is that correct? Or 11th grader?
No, she had quit school. She wasn't in the 11th grade. She was 19.
Oh,
She had quit. Yes, ma'am. She had quit school.
Okay,
Ma'am, yeah.
okay, all right. And,
May I ask?
and I agree with Mr. Freedom. I had it down there that if you didn't intend to hurt anyone, then you would have never raped the lady. You were free. You got what you wanted, so you would have left her alone. So I agree that you wanted to rape her and you did. That's all I've got.
All right, Mr. Brown, I don't see any other questions by my colleagues, so we'll be voting now.
I'd like to, ask for executive session.
We have a motion by Mr. Tillis for executive session. Is there a second?
Second.
A second by Mrs. Stapleton. Can we call the roll?
Manasa,
Yes.
Freeman,
Yes.
Fryer,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Bates.
Yes.
All right, folks, we'll be in executive session for a few moments to discuss confidential matters. We'll stand by. We'll be right back. Right, could I get a motion to go back in regular session? please?
Motion to go back to regular session.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Prater, second by Mr. Freeman. Any opposition? All right, we'll be back in regular session. It's 9:50 and we are prepared to vote. Mr. Freeman.
Okay, Mr. Brown, you know, you've done a great job in prison, a wonderful job, and I applaud you for that. But, you know, the damage you've done to the victim, and I think it was very apparent that the DA meant for you to stay in jail for your whole life. And I'm just not gonna change that. My vote today is to deny due to strong law enforcement and victim opposition.
Mr. Tillis.
My vote's going to be to ask the governor to grant 99 years with Borden.
Okay, Mrs. Stapleton.
I concur with Mr. Freeman to deny.
Mr. Prater.
Because of the serious nature of the crime and the victim opposition, my vote is to deny.
Right, Mr. Brown, based on the very strong opposition that we've heard from today, I appreciate the support you have from your family and the work that you've done and the service to the facility. But based on the opposition, today my vote also is to deny your application. You got one favorable vote to commute your sentence. But today you got 4 votes to deny. So today's not the day. Good luck to you, sir. Your application's been denied.
I have to just kind of speak into here a little bit, okay?
All right, good morning, Mr. Leone.
Good morning.
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number, sir.
My name is CORY Leone,
DOC number 612243.
Leone, I'm sorry, I mispronounced it. Good morning.
That's all right. Good morning.
Let me acknowledge that your family is also here today on Zoom. Jason Leone, Connie Leone, and Donald Remedies, all who want to speak on your behalf, and we'll ask them to do so at the appropriate time. First, let me just identify our information into the record, sir. You are classified as a first felony offender. You're currently, you've submitted an application requesting a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in July 2012 in DeSoto Parish to a 20-year term for attempted manslaughter. You do have a parole eligibility date in 2029. However, your mandatory release date, good time date, is prior to that. It is September 10th, 2028. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So tell us, Mr. Leone, why are you doing time? What have you done since you've been in jail? And why do you think we should vote favorably for you today? And tell us specifically what it is that you're seeking, because you do have a release date coming up in a couple of years.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I think I've done everything there is to do here. They wait, taking all their classes. I'm just asking for a good release from my sentence. I have a strong family support team. They're going to help me get my feet on the ground good and keep me on track with everything from this point forward. And I'm going to join my local AANA program when I go home. They already got me a sponsor lined up.
So what did you do to land in prison?
I accidentally shot my fiance.
So before we start our interview, Mr. Leone, we'd like to hear from the warden. Warden, what can you tell us about Mr. Leone?
Cory has been doing very well for the last probably 7 or 8 years. He his last write-up was in January of 2019. He has completed reentry and victim awareness, living in balance, thinking for a change, cage your rage. He does have some medical issues, which sometimes is a challenge for him in regards to his programming and retaining the information. But he's not any disciplinary problem. He's actively involved in an AANA. He graduated from Serve Save. He does have a good residence plan and to work in a furniture store that is with his family, and does have a secured residence plan with his father in Noble, Louisiana. So if you want any more information about his medical history, I have that as well.
I think so, not at this time. We'll revisit that if we need to. Thank you. So could we hear from Ms. Connie Leone, please?
Yes, ma'am. First, I want to thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm Cory's mother, and he's the youngest of 3 boys. And I know that Cory deserves a chance for a fresh start. He's, over the last 8 years or so, I have seen the transformation in him. With all the classes that he's taken, his anger management, parenting, the substance abuse, AA, all the Bible classes he's taken, which is most important to me because I have seen a renewed relationship with his Lord. And since Cory has been locked up, he's lost 2 grandparents and a very special uncle. And I know that he realizes now his lifestyle is what cost him all that. And in the past couple of years, he's been able to talk to his son. He was 2 when Cory was incarcerated, and he'll now be 15 in October. And for the past couple of years, they've been able to talk on the phone and do Zoom calls, and are starting to build them a relationship. And I know that Cory is a different person than the person that went in. And I think that he deserves a chance to start this new chapter in his life with his family. He has a big group of family. He's got a lot of family support between the two families, mine and his dad's. He's got 5 uncles, 3 aunts, numerous cousins. His 2 brothers live right here beside us. They will be very active in his starting point. We've got him a job lined up. We have I've checked with my personal physician, and we're prepared to get him back on, on his medication that he's on now, to continue that for his seizures. Like Corey said, he's got a sponsor already here with the AA group here in Manning. And I just believe that he's ready for a second chance.
Ma'am, so you're there, Jason. Does Jason want to say some words?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Hold on a second. I don't just.
That's okay. We can see you fine if you just want to just speak from where you're at.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, I didn't have anything prepared. I just signed in under my name for my parents to do this. But if you were to ask me 10 years ago if he was ready to get out, I tell you no. But just like my mom said, and you can see the transformation, separation from his family, separation from his son. It has taken a toll on him, taken a toll on all of us. And I truly believe that he is remorseful. And I do feel for not only our side of the family, but the victim side as well. Because there are different circumstances for different sides. And I do truly believe he is remorseful, and he has taken all the classes, or the majority of the classes that he is to take. And with the short amount of time he has left, which is, on paper, 3 years is short. But the amount of time he's been in there, been rehabilitated, and, it would be beneficial for him to start a new chapter in his life. The old chapter is closed, and we can't do anything about what happened in the past. We can only look for today and to the future, and to start a new chapter in his life. And like my mother said, he has a great support system here. I live just a stone's throw from my parents' house where he'll be staying, and he'll get all the support he needs, and plus a whole lot more.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you sharing that with us.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it Mr. Donald who's there?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, sir. What would you like us to know?
Well, I'd like to say thank you first for allowing me to speak. I've known Corey for quite a while. I coached him in Dixie Youth baseball when he was a young man, young child. I've known the family all my life. I guess you say we all went to school together. I've known their children. I know both sides of the family, the victim side and the Corey side. I just like to say, I just always think that, everybody deserves a second chance in life. I was given that. And to Corey, it's a lot more work involved in his life as he goes on. Alcoholics Anonymous saved my life. And, excuse me. But I would say this, you know, the principles of AA are not to be forgotten. They're to live in all our affairs. And as long as we do that, we can continue living a good life. And I think Corey deserves this today. I think he deserves to be able to get back into his life, get back into life with his child, which I know very well, that plays on the high school baseball team. And I just think that, you know, and I will put 100% support for Corey when he gets into Zwala. I will, I'll pick him up. I'll take him to meetings. I'll do whatever it takes for him to make it. I feel for him, and I know what this family's going through. In 1997, March 17th of 1997, I came into Alcoholics Anonymous, and I've been there ever since. I believe in it, and I trust in it, and I think Corey can make it if he gets out. I'd have 100% belief in that. I'm a hard worker. I do lots of things for the community. I'm over the Dixie Youth for 27 years now. I've worked for a company for 40 years. I'm on the school board for 14 and a half years now. I'm on the tax commission. I'm well known in this town. Not to say that gets him where he needs to go. What gets him where he needs to go is to keep God in his life and keep AA in his life and keep moving on. And I think he'll make it. I just know he can. And I thank y'all for allowing me to speak. And I hope the best. And I hope y'all give this a lot of thought. And thank y'all so much.
Yes, sir. We appreciate hearing from you today. Mr. Leone, your case was assigned to Mr. Tillis. Would you answer his questions, please?
Good morning, Mr. Leone. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing fairly well.
Good. I read through your case several times. I heard you say something in your statement, but I'm going to come back to that. Which are the classes that interest you the most since you've been incarcerated that you took?
Sir?
Which other classes? Did you take some classes?
Yes, sir. I took a bunch of them.
Okay, which one you the most?
Victim awareness, anger management, living and battling substance abuse, NA 12 steps.
Those are the ones that impacted you?
Yes, sir.
In your opening statement, you said you accidentally shot your fiance?
Yes, sir.
I read in the case, but explain to me, how did you accidentally shoot her?
Well, I can't recall anything. I was so far gone on different drugs and alcohol. That night's still a blur. All I know is what my transcripts say.
Okay. You remember shooting yourself?
Yes, sir. My transcripts say.
Okay. All right, I have no more questions.
Okay, I've got some, and I'm gonna elaborate a little bit on what Mr. Tillis just talked about, the fact that you said you accidentally shot her. And I'm reading from the police report, by the way, just a short paragraph, a partial paragraph, that you called your parents telling them you were going to kill Miss Pierce. And then you pointed the gun to her head and told her repeatedly you were going to kill her. And then you fired one shot in the air, and you held the gun outside the passenger side window when you did that. And then you fired another shot through the front windshield of the passenger side of the vehicle. She tried to calm you down, and this is when she was talking to police at the time. And then you shot her in the right side of the head, and then you shot her yourself. The bullet that you shot her with, according to the hospital, they were fearful that she would lose her left eye. The entry of the projectile was on the right side of her head, below her temple, damaging bones in the face and the nasal passages. So that doesn't sound like an accident to me at all. I know you say you can't remember it, but that will refresh your memory. And then I know I'm reading from May 15, 2014, State Supreme Court affirmed Leone's conviction and sentence, and advised that you committed a very serious crime without regard to human life, including your own. The sitting judge district attorney and the sheriff are opposed to granting your clemency. So,
Any other questions? I don't see any questions, Mr. Leone, so I believe that the board is prepared to vote. Mr. Tillis?
My vote is to deny because of victim opposition and law enforcement.
Ms. Stapleton?
my vote is to deny because of the deliberate heinous nature of the crime, victim opposition, and law enforcement opposition.
Mr. Prater?
My vote to deny, don't serve 12 or 13 years in sentence anyway, and, it's a serious crime. Deny.
Mr. Freeman?
My vote is to deny. I think he already got a break at sentencing with his sentence, so, my vote is to deny.
Mr. Leone, generally, what we see here is, folks who do not have, an outdate. You have an outdate, which is in, a couple of years, 3 years. So based on that information in the law enforcement opposition, my vote today is going to be to deny your application for clemency. I do think you have a good plan laid out for yourself. Your family has laid that out. So if you follow that plan, you will be successful when you are good time date. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Good, Warden, that concludes our business. We're going to sign off at 10:11.
Thank you. Y'all have a good day.
All right, good morning. The pardon board is reconvening. We are now at Elaine Hunt Correctional Center. It is May the 5th, 2025. The time is 10:22 a.m. Warden, would you introduce yourself for the record, sir?
Keith Turner, Warden, Elaine Hunt Correctional Center.
Chrissy LeBlanc, classification.
Joe Buttress, Assistant Warden.
All right, thanks for accommodating us, Warden Turner.
Yeah.
Stand by, I'm waiting on some information. Let me, I'll tell you what, we'll go ahead and get started. Mr. Lee, would you introduce yourself, sir? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is Bobby Lee, 96205.
And are you expecting your attorney this morning?
Expecting your attorney.
I have a listing. It says George Vedros. Do you have a lawyer?
Yeah,
Do you have a lawyer?
not that I know of. I've been kind of out of the weather from this strokes and coronavirus and all that.
Okay, well, we'll just go ahead and get started this morning, sir. So let me acknowledge we have some folks that have joined us here in Baton Rouge and they want to speak, and we're going to call on them at the appropriate time. We have Vicki Fletcher, Crystal Dorn, and Mona Seals. And also by Zoom, we'll be hearing from the Assistant District Attorney of Jefferson Parish. First, Mr. Lee, let me read some identifying information into the record. Can you hear me all right?
I can.
Madam Chairman, he's a little hard of hearing, but I'll be able to make sure that he understands what you're saying.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Warden Buttrose. So Mr. Lee is a first felony offender, currently serving a life sentence. He was sentenced in Jefferson Parish in December 1988 for a second-degree murder conviction. Is that information correct, Mr. Lee?
Best as I can tell, ma'am.
Okay, let me stand by just a moment. I apologize. I had the sentencing date wrong. The sentencing was December 11th, 1980. Can you confirm that with him, Warden Buttrose?
Your sentencing date? The sentencing date was in 1980. Do you remember your sentencing date?
The sentencing date was I don't know, 79. Because I had only been locked up 3 months and I went to trial.
Yeah, the offense occurred in 79, but sentencing was in 1980. So we're going to go ahead and proceed. Mr. Lee, I'd like to hear your statement. You tell us, why are you in jail? And why do you think we ought to vote favorably for you today?
Well, I'm in jail for killing my wife. And at that time, it was the only thing in life that I really cared about. And things just got out of hand. And I wish I could redo it. But when certain acts are done, you just can't bypass them. And I done wrong. And I've been down since 24th of August, 79. When I went into Jefferson Parish, they hated me. They tried to kill me. When I come to Angola, they cried when I left. And if they still living, you could call them and I'm sure that they would talk good for me.
All right, Mr. Lee, we're going to move on and we're going to hear, since we have some representatives of the victim's family, we're going to go ahead and hear from them. And then we have some new information that Mr. Prager will present. So could we hear, I'll let y'all decide who wants to go first. Just when you get up to the podium, introduce yourself, tell us your relationship to the victim.
I am, this is why I want to go first, but we can do this. I am Fletcher, his daughter. No mercy has been extended to my family. None should be extended to him. No mercy was shown the day he killed her. No mercy was showed to me and my family over the years when we've had to repeatedly speak this scab. Every time we come here, the boards tell us for their duration, they will deny him this hearing. I understand boards change. I get that. But no mercy has been shown to us by Bobby Ray, and none should be shown to him. And we do not want him back.
I am Sissy's daughter, as well as his daughter. Every time we have extended the olive branch to Bobby, he's taken the olive branch and snapped it and weaponized it. He uses any act of kindness that we've exhibited. We told him that we have forgiven him, even though he has never, ever asked for forgiveness. He's never shown an ounce of remorse. As you can see in his statements, it's all about how he is affected, not what his actions did to anybody. We have been kind and shown him more human mercy than he deserved. We have given him opportunities in the last 45 years to make it right with us, make it right with God. And that's between him and God. But he has not made it right with us. Anytime he has reached out, it has been where it's beneficial for him, not because he's shown remorse. We are not in favor of him being given clemency. We're not in favor of him having a reduction in his sentence. He was given that mercy when my grandparents spoke on your behalf, his behalf, whenever he, at his hearing, they did not want, he was up for death penalty. They did not want him to suffer that fate. So they spoke on his behalf. Because they wanted us as his children to have the opportunity to grow, to forgive him. And they said, you had already lost one parent, we don't want you to lose two. But after the first parole or clemency hearing that my grandmother is the only one that she had to attend, she walked out of the doors and said that she regretted ever speaking on his behalf because she said that he should have cried for what he did because he didn't take the mercy that he had been extended and accept his fate. He continues to grind the axe and think about how he has been shortchanged and how he has been wrong, but he is the one who caused every bit of this, his actions. So he's been given grace, he's been given mercy, he's been given that when my grandparents pled for his defense back then. And they, again, when Granny testified at his first clemency hearing, she said, if I had to do that over again, we would have never testified for him. We would have told him to go forward with the death penalty charges. So that's all I have to say. Thank you. Thank you.
Who is it?
Name's Mona Seals. I haven't seen Mr. Lee since I was a 12-year-old girl sitting in a courtroom. He's been shown grace, he's been shown mercy. My parents asked that his life be spared because of these two young ladies right here. She didn't want to take them from him. But he did not care the day that he murdered my sister, what we would go through. My mother and father changed that day and were never the same. All of our lives changed that day. He took so much from us. My sister was so involved in my life as a 12-year-old girl. She wasn't there for mine or these girls' weddings, the birth of our children, my parents' death and burial. But it's all a reflection in his statement. It's all about him. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about what life effect this has had on him. Because we've all shown him grace, we've all shown him mercy, and in all the 45 years, he's never once bothered. We've all had the same address for years. He's never bothered to send anything to us to say, I'm sorry. I asked your forgiveness. We were a loving and close family, and this man destroyed our family. He took my sister, but we were blessed by these two amazing girls that turned out so wonderful. And I asked you to please keep him where he belongs, because I guarantee you when he gets out, he will kill again. I will put my life on it. So I beg of you to please keep him where he belongs. He's not remorseful.
All right, Mr. Craig, turn it over to you.
Okay, Mr. Lee, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you now.
Okay. Were you found guilty in 2023 of a serious infraction while in jail, while in prison?
Were you
Found guilty of what?
were you found guilty of a rule infraction while you were incarcerated in 2023?
2023 rule infraction.
When was your last write-up?
When I got a write-up in the bill call line and billing the Ford. a guy called me something that you either had to stand up or do what.
So you went to DV court, you went to court?
I was in, they said it was a hospital, it was a dungeon for, had a inmate counsel represented me.
And were you found guilty?
I was found guilty.
Okay, that's all, Mr. Lee. I think you're not eligible for this hearing today. It hadn't been 3 years since a serious write-up. So you're not eligible for today, therefore, I don't even think we need to vote. In fact, we couldn't vote. Because this hearing's not really happening. But to the victims, we'll tell you, we appreciate your statement. We will take that on record. When he applies again, I think he can apply again in 5 years. When he applies again, hopefully this board will be together and you won't have to come back because we can just remember what you said. We're sorry you came down here. And that's the end of this. Almost here.
I think we'll need to put the vote on the record. Mr. Prater said that it will be 5 years from today before he can reapply.
We need to vote for that.
We would vote for that.
That was a.
It'll be 5 years from today before you can reapply.
So, yeah, we have to
I'll
vote.
let you take over, Madam Chair.
Mr. Freeman?
I vote to deny due on strong victim opposition.
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Ms. Stapleton?
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Mr. Frank?
Concur.
All right, so today, your application's been denied, you can reapply in 5 years. Let me note that the Assistant District Attorney, Mr. Meyer, had also joined us, but I didn't call on you, Mr. Meyer, I apologize, but we have determined that he wasn't eligible to have a hearing.
I understand, Mr. Bernard, that's fine. And for the record, I looked up the commitment date and it was December 11, 1980.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right.
Thank y'all.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Freeman. Are y'all on mute?
We can hear you, Madam Chairman.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Mr. Freeman, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number, sir.
Donald Ray Freeman, 112791, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Freeman. You're here this morning because you submitted an application for a commutation of your sentence. Let me acknowledge the folks who joined us today. There at Hunt, you have supporters. I have Darren Clement, Paris Clement, Latanya Fontenot, Tony Freeman, Bertrand Freeman, Natalie Freeman, Angela Francis. Here with us, we have Ashante Witherspoon, and on Zoom is Ron Hicks. Is any of your guests there at Hunt? Do they wish to speak on your behalf? I can allow one.
You want to speak that? And my wife, Natalie Freeman.
Natalie?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, we're going to call on her at the appropriate time to do so. First, Mr. Freeman, I'm going to read some identifying information into the record. So, Mr. Freeman, you're classified as a first felony offender. You're currently serving a life sentence. You were sentenced in March 1986, St. Landry Parish, for a first-degree murder conviction. Is that information correct, sir?
Correct, ma'am.
And so, Mr. Freeman, we'd like to hear from you first. We'd like for you to make your statement. Tell us, why are you in jail? Why are you seeking relief through this process, and why do you think you deserve it?
Okay. Well, ma'am, I'm in here for the murder of Mr. Claude Guidry. I entered his home. I was burglarizing. He come home, called me in the house, and I grabbed the gun. He grabbed the gun, and we was fighting for the gun. And I'm trying to get out. He holding, he trying to take the gun from me. And when I got to the door, you know, we both coming out, we both fell. I had an automatic shotgun. Shotgun went off, and I killed him, man.
So tell us, you know, what have you done since you've been in prison? Why do you deserve
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Well, when I come to Angola, I got in classes. Excuse me. I learned that I did wrong. I realized that I burglarized Mr. Guidry's home wasn't the right thing to do. I was so afraid. But when I come to prison, I try to make things right with myself, with my family, and with families are. I educated myself. I also got in classes to make me a better person. I am a better person. It made me a better person. Took different type of classes. And ma'am, I was just lost. A stupid young kid. You know, did wrong. I'm really nervous right now. I know I talk better than myself. But ma'am, I'm not the same young stupid kid. I was stupid. And God know that I'm not the same man I was. The classes that I took make me a better man. And ma'am, I just want to be able to go out and make a difference, you know, in my grandkids' life and life for other kids. You know, I just want to try to do the right thing. You know, I'm really remorseful for what happened. It should have never happened. It was just stupid of me.
All right, well, Warden Turner, what can you tell us about Mr. Freeman?
How you doing, Ms. Renasa? Board. Mr. Freeman has been with us since 2012. Ms. Renasa, he's a trustee here. He's a mechanic back at our AS&R, and I've only been here on my third week, but I've heard some good things from the staff here about Mr. Freeman. His last write-up in 2012, the Rule 21. Other than that, Ms. Renatsa, it's not a whole lot I can say about him. Like I said, I just met him. At that 21.
No, ma'am, Rule 21, 2004 was the last write-up I had.
That's what we got. Hold on one second, Renatsa. Yeah, 21.
21D on 2/26 of 2012.
Yeah.
No, that's not me, it was another down Freeman, ma'am.
Make sure I know this.
DOC 112791.
Yes, ma'am. I had that problem with the chaplain too. It was the wrong guy I was. Had another down Freeman. I ain't never had.
So we're showing in the system that it's a Rule 21 with his name and DOC number. But we're looking at his record here. Last one I have in the record is 04, which was a Rule 30W. But in the system, there are the Rule 21 that we're trying to verify.
Okay. Yeah, that's what we, in our record, was the 2004 one. So while she's checking, we're going to move on and tell us if you verify it, okay? So we'd like to hear from those who are here in support. First, we'd like to hear from your wife, Ms. Natalie Freeman.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I met Donna in 2003, and we married at Angola prison. Donna has been a blessing to me, my grandkids, my daughter, my son. They all love him. I don't know a lot about the case, but I know he has been a good person to us, and I know from being around him that he have respect for a lot of people. And he do a lot of mentoring and here to people.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Thanks for supporting me. Could we hear from Ron Hicks next?
Good morning, Ms. Renatsa, and to this distinguished board. Thanks for the opportunity to speak on the behalf of Mr. Donald Freeman, a man that I have known not only as a friend, but as a constant trusted voice of wisdom throughout my life while I was incarcerated. When I first arrived at Angola as a teenager, lost and unsure of the direction that I would be taking, it was Mr. Freeman who stepped and offered the guidance that I needed that made me the man that I am today. His wisdom and quiet strength helped to shape the foundation of the person that stand before or speaks on his behalf today. In doing so, he inspired me and countless other people to believe that rehabilitation and change was possible in those adverse situations that we found ourselves in. There's no doubt in my mind that Mr. Freeman has expressed over the time that he's been incarcerated and my time of being there with him, his remorse for the things that he's done. And through his constant trials and tribulations, continue to persevere. For the past 4 decades, Mr. Freeman has proven to be a man of integrity and a man that seeks not only rehabilitation, but restoration. His commitment to rehabilitation is evident in his personal growth, but his life has been an example to so many men to uplift them to go down the right path. So today, I humbly ask this honorable board to consider granting Mr. Freeman pardon and return him back to his family and his community to serve other people. He has faithfully done the things that needed to be done over the last 40 years. So I respectfully ask this board to consider Mr. Freeman's pardon application. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Witherspoon, we'd like to hear from you. Would you step up to the podium, sir?
Good morning, everybody. For those of you all who don't know me, I was incarcerated 27 and a half years in Angola before I was released on parole. I was sentenced to serve 75 years without the benefit of parole, probation, suspension of sentence. You know, the laws kind of changed. I became eligible when I appeared before the parole board. And I was released, and I've been out now 26 years. But the thing that I want to say is, you all are totally aware of what they call criminal menopause. You know, at a certain age, a person, whether they're male or female, doesn't matter the nationality, they're going to reach a point of criminal menopause. But in their mind, if something goes wrong, they're not going to ever think about how to respond. Like you said, this crime was murder. There was violence involved in the crime, but there was a response to that. There's a certain period of time you're not going to think about crime. You want to think about living. You know, one of the things that's happened in my life, I was heavily involved in a lot of ministries and programs in prison, and once I was released from prison. I used to work for her, Mr. Thompson, you know, and I was involved in that. And once I got out, I stayed focused on the same identical thing that I was doing, except money for what I was doing. You know, right now, I'm a speaker. I'm a minister. I used to be associate pastor, involved in a lot of things, but my main focus, and again, I'm using myself as an example. I focus on 4 grandchildren that I'm raising, 4-year-old, a 6-year-old, and an 8-year-old. My daughter was killed on Super Bowl Sunday in 2021. We got custody of the kids. And she was killed in the home that they lived in. Her husband killed her. He shot her in the head. We got custody of the children. We've been raising them my whole life. For the majority of the time in my life is spent on guiding them, nurturing them, and helping them to see the direction that God wants them to go. I believe that once he's released, if you all grant him the opportunity to return to society, I believe that he's going to experience some wonderful things. And I'm one of the people who's willing to help him in his transition back in society, because there's going to be a period of transition. It doesn't matter when you've only been incarcerated for a few years, or if you've been incarcerated for 100 years. There's going to be a period of transition. Psychologically, you're going to have to deal with a number of things that we might look at as being something natural that we can or used to dealing with. He's not going to be used to that, but there are people like Ryan Dixon, his family, and other supporters who are going to be around him, that are going to help him walk through those situations and serve as advisors to him and strengthen him so that he can do it. Like I said, I was in prison 27.5 years. That's a short time concerning how long he's been incarcerated. But I've been out 26 years. My life is not perfect, but I try to make it as perfect as possible and to be an example for everybody that I work with, that I teach, that I minister to, and to be as an example for anybody else who might come behind me. God bless you, and thank you for allowing me to speak.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Freeman, your case has been assigned to our Mr. Freeman. Would you answer any questions he has?
Okay, Mr. Freeman, how old are you now?
59, sir.
And how long have you been in prison?
April 10 made 40 years, sir.
Okay, so how old were you when you went to prison?
19, sir.
Okay, were you on drugs and alcohol at that time?
Yes, sir.
What kind of classes you took in prison to address your drugs and alcohol?
Sir, I took, they had different type of, I took substance abuse, I took anger management, and a few more other curriculum, you know, things that they have for us.
Okay. Do you think you're gonna need help when you get out with your substance abuse if you're to make it?
Oh, no, sir. I mean, I'm drug free, sir. I've been drug free for like 40 years, sir. I have no desire for anyone, sir.
Okay. And how many children do you have?
Well, sir, I have 2 children, sir.
Okay, and, do you have contact with them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where are you gonna live and work at?
Well, sir, I can live my brother got a home for me in Opelousas, Louisiana, sir. And a job over there working with him.
Okay. What was your job in prison?
I did automotive service technician, sir.
Okay. You do any community service? Belong to any clubs?
Yes, sir. Member of the Lifers Association, sir.
Okay. What about the community service? You do anything to serve? Any teaching any class, any mentoring?
Well, I do a lot of mentor. I talk to a lot of young guys, you know what I'm saying, about, going out there and doing the right thing, and about, doing the right thing while they're here.
I see you took victim awareness. What did you learn from that? Victim impact training.
I learned, sir, that victim got right, to make a decision what happens to me, when I commit a crime, sir.
So this was all about basically drugs. I know you shot the man, you stole his car, tried to sell the tires off of the car, and then we dropped the car off, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. I have no further questions.
All right, any other questions?
Yeah, Mr. Freeman, you
Yes,
said
sir.
when coming out of the door, you and the guy were struggling.
Yes, sir.
So the gun went off, it was accidental, or did you deliberately shoot him?
Well, no, sir. I mean, the gun went off, sir. I ain't deliberately shooting. The gun went off and killed him, sir. But I take full responsibility for shooting because I was behind the trigger, sir.
Okay, I have no question.
I don't see any other questions. Warden Turner, did you get any information yet on that write-up, even though it was
Yes,
several?
ma'am. Yeah, we were able to confirm that right up. It was when he was at the barracks. He was returned back to Elaine Hunt. But again, Mr. Freeman has done an outstanding job here at Elaine Hunt since that time. He's been remained right up free for over about 13 years. So, and he does a lot of great things here for us.
Good deal. Thank you very much. I think we're ready to vote, Mr. Freeman.
Okay, Mr. Freeman, your crime was bad. It really was. But you've done well in prison. The warden speaks well of you, and you spent 40 years in there. The victims in the case have all passed away, so we have no victim statements against you. I'm going to give you a shot today. My vote will be to commute your sentence to 99 years with immediate parole eligibility.
Mr. Tillis.
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Mrs. Stapleton. I concur. Mr. Prater.
I concur.
And I do agree also, Mr. Freeman, you're a true first offender. I consider certainly the age you were at the time of the crime. And you've got some great support. So my vote today also. So you've received a unanimous vote this morning to make the recommendation your sentence be commuted to 99 years with immediate parole eligibility.
Thank you so very much to the board.
Luck to you, sir. Warden Turner, I think that concludes our business at Hunt. We're going to sign off at 11. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Your volume up. Move that. Yes, the volume. Okay, yeah, oh, it's on. Yeah, I'll do that, I'm so sorry, so you can see it. Wait on there, yeah.
No, my.
You need your glasses?
I don't have my, but I don't wake, you know, I'm not supposed to look at the glasses. I had them dropped.
That man name was, what his name was, the one going home?
Freeman.
Freeman.
Donald Freeman.
Donald Freeman going home.
So he got a green.
He the first one, he going home.
He got a green.
It was Grant, see, Grant. It was
That's
Grant.
what I said. Oh, that's what he said.
Yeah, that's why I told you to say it's Grant. Grant is.
Oh, the red is
Yeah, a
denied.
lot of people speaking.
The red was denied. I see it, but it said that. Mhm.
But the grandfather been on civil before him, the youngest, and he made it, spoke up well for him and taught him a lot of things. That's the reason why he helped. Okay, all right. Now listen, they can hear us. We can hear you.
All right, good morning. The pardon board is reconvening. We're now at the Louisiana State Penitentiary. Today is Monday, May 5th, 2025. It's 11:09 a.m. Would the warden and the staff at Angola please introduce yourself for the record?
Deputy Warden Michelle Ambo.
Reginald Lambert, classification.
Carmen Shipley, inmate records.
Okay, and this is is that everybody?
Darcel Grant.
That's
All right.
everybody.
Give us your DOC number.
11-119328.
All right, good, thank you, sir. Mr. Grant, before we get started, I want to acknowledge the folks who joined us. We have in support here by Zoom, your two sisters, Lena Jones, Evelyn Carter, and a friend, Sheila Robert. With us here in Baton Rouge, we have in opposition, Adrian Lindsay and Loretta Manning. By Zoom, we have Makia Lindsay. And so for those who've indicated they want to speak, we're going to call on them at the appropriate time. First, Mr. Grant, I'm going to read some identifying information into the record. So, Mr. Grant, you are classified as a first felony offender. You're seeking a commutation of your sentence, having been sentenced in Orleans Parish in June of 1987 to a life sentence for a second-degree murder. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So we'd like to, first of all, hear your statement, Mr. Grant. We want to hear from you. What did you do to get in jail, and why do you think we should vote for you today?
Yes, ma'am. That night was a terrible night. That was a dark moment in my life. Deeply sorry for what I've done. I'm very remorseful. I'm sorry for the family of the county and lost a loved one. I pray for them as well as I pray for myself. I'm sorry for what I really had done. At the moment there, their life was taken. And the loved one who they cherish very much. I love county as well. I've taken the mother and father of my daughter, Makia Lindsay. I'm sorry for the sons who lost their mother. I ask my family for forgiveness for what I have done. They traveled me on these roads up and down. They've been with me over the last years. Through the course of the program that I had taken, the ministers I had minister me, church, the ministers, my pastor, and God himself. I'm no longer the same man when I came in. I've been changed to the program. I pray to this board that it will help me attain my freedom. I thank you all for giving me this opportunity to speak to you all. After y'all, I may be a free man again. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Grant. Warnick, what can you tell us about Mr. Grant?
I can tell you that Mr. Grant is a minimum A trustee assigned to Spruce Ford Dorm. He currently has no duty status as of now. He has a total of 41 DBs, last on May 13 of 2012. His class taken is T4C, 100 hours, anger management, graphic arts. His tiger is low. Inmate Grant is not a threat to security, and Inmate Grant has a very, very respectable attitude around here.
Good, thank you. We'd like to hear from your family now, Mr. Grant. Could we hear from first Miss Lana Jones?
Okay, my name is Lana Jones. Darcel is my brother. I can see that he has been rehabilitated and he is remorseful for the actions that he took against Connie. When he comes home, we will invest quality time on behalf of and his well-being and make sure that he stays on a straight and narrow as much as possible. Our family and friends have committed to support him through his transition. And we will help him find a good church home. I am pleading with the court that you vote favorably on my brother's behalf. Thank you, and may God continue to bless you all.
Thank you, ma'am. And there with you is Miss Evelyn.
Yes.
We hear from her now?
Yes.
Yes, I'm Dolly's sister, Evelyn Carter. Darcel has been there for 38 years, and I know in my heart that he is a changed person. He has been through a lot of programs, a lot of training, and he have really accepted those programs and learned from those programs. And I hope in your heart that you will find a way to let him come home to his family, his children, grandchildren, sisters, nieces, and nephews. But I appreciate this time with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. And we then have Sheila Robert.
Yes.
Go ahead, ma'am. No, we can't. Come in.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, all right. My name is Sheila Roberts, and I have been friends with Darcel and his family as mostly my life. I grew up with them. I went to school with Darcel, and I've been knowing him and his family, his sister and all, most of my life. And they are a church-growing family. And I know he regrets the things that he did and the people he hurts. I feel if he had a chance to do it all over, it wouldn't have happened. I pray that this board would consider him, to be paroled. And I know he has a strong family, and it will help him, in his new life. And, a lot of family and friends, a lot of friends also, including myself, will be there for him.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Sheila, for speaking to us today. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Welcome.
We'll hear from the opposition now. Ms. Glorietta.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Miss Glorietta Manning. I am the beloved sister of Miss Constance Lindsay. I am very much and still very much interested and concerned in justice for the senseless taking unnecessary loss of my late and beloved sister, Miss Constance Manning life. She was a very loving mother, daughter, and sister. Now, to my knowledge, you wanted the family to write a letter, which we did, pertaining to why her murder should not be allowed parole. I feel he should not even be considered for the option of parole. In all honesty and fairness to my sister, I feel like he definitely did the crime, so he should definitely do all his time that was given to him by a court of law. There is no way he should be allowed a second chance at life when she isn't, because he selfishly took that away from her. I also feel because of the severity of her death, which I feel was overkill, and yes, I did say overkill, because he senselessly shot her 5 times, even in her hand, when she had her hand up saying, "Don't shoot me," okay? And please be reminded, she had no weapon whatsoever. This man has caused so much grief and sorrow in my family that 3 months after the senseless killing of my sister, my beloved father passed away from grief of losing his daughter. So in finality, I ask that he do not be considered for parole because she did not get a second chance at life, so why should he? I thank you so much for listening. Right? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And then we have Makia Lindsay.
I'm sorry. Hi. Can you hear me?
We can.
At this time, I just do not see him being able to be eligible for parole. He has literally taken her from me. I'm sorry. I tried not to break down. That was my mother that I didn't get to spend any time with. It has caused so much grief in my family that It has divided us. She has grandchildren. I understand he may have his grandchildren to come home to, but she doesn't have that. She doesn't have the family to come home to. I would never be able to see her again. Never have those talks with her. Never been able to have those moments to show her my daughter. I've been in this life basically by myself without her. He doesn't, I just do not. He needs to serve his time. He don't get that grant to be able to spend time with his family. She doesn't have that. She would never have that. I would never have that. I don't see how he feels he has served his time. From the court documents I have seen, because again, I was young, I wasn't able to actually be there, but I still remember times in a courtroom of seeing, which they probably didn't think I was able to see and able to remember. But I remember those times in that courtroom. I remember seeing a body diagram of her. As my aunt had said, he shot her 5 times. She pleaded with him not to. And in this courtroom just now, I didn't hear him say anything about what he did, how remorseful of what he did. He can't even say what he did. I can't see him being granted a parole at this time for not even showing remorse. He still didn't show remorse to even want to bring up the fact that I'm his daughter. You don't do that. I'm still broken.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Michaela. We appreciate you sharing that with us today. I know it was hard. Mr. Grant, your case was assigned. Did you want to speak? Did you want to speak?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't have it listed as speaking.
Hi, my name is Adrian Benzie. I was around 13, 14 years old. My sister, maybe like 3 or 4. I was around to see all of the abuse that he put my mother through before that tragic night that he killed her. Me and my siblings was at my grandmother's house. My mother worked that night. Mother came, got us, took us to the house. Me and my siblings, as she left the house to go talk to her sister, the jealousy that he had taken her life from her. I have a brother in between me and her. It's tragic. I mean, not just that night, but just the abuse that I have gotten, where he threw something at her head and she passed out. That wasn't just a spur of the moment thing. This has been ongoing. This is his personality. That was his personality. You want to talk about your change? You have no other choice but to change. You know, I don't see what you're for. I don't see for my family. I don't see for the justice of my mother that I had to experience as a child, to see what's going on.
Thank you. Mr. Freeman.
Okay, Mr. Grant, your case is assigned to me, so I'm gonna be questioning you. How old were you when you committed this crime?
33.
So you wasn't young. It wasn't just like you were immature or anything when this happened, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, and you said y'all struggled over the gun. Is that
Yes.
true?
Yes.
How did it go off 5 times?
Well, it went off, it was automatic, it went off.
Yeah. Because the report says you shot her 4 times in the torso. So that it's kind of hard to believe y'all was struggling and that you didn't shoot her. Didn't you go to the apartment? Didn't you leave? Didn't they tell you she wasn't there?
That go where, to the apartment?
The room. When you went to see her, they said she wasn't there. So why you waited around? You knew she was there?
No, I did not.
Okay, but you were still outside. She waited some time before she left. Were you laying in wait? You was gonna ambush her when she came out?
No, sir. She called me. I was on the phone
Okay.
trying to call the police department. And she called me from the phone, got off the phone. And I went to her. It happened at a motel. The clerk gave me some change so I can make a call. The clerk to call the police, but she told me she did not want to get involved and gave me some change to make the phone call. And Connie called me. I was on the phone to come here because she didn't want to get off the phone. And I went to her. I wasn't waiting for her. I was not waiting for her to ambush her. No.
And did y'all have a violent relationship?
No, sir, we did not.
Okay. So what classes have you taken that you think would help you get out?
I've taken the 100-hour class, victim awareness class, taken number change class. I've taken all the classes, and I've taken also my church programs too as well.
Okay, that's good. What about your medical history? What kind of medical history you have?
Well, I had a stroke in 2022. I'm not really an invalid, but my equilibrium is still off. I've been assigned to a wheelchair. I have diabetes. I have high blood pressure.
Okay.
I have kidney problems.
I just want to note that, you know, there's strong opposition from the family. Of course, you heard from Adrian, and then there's Brandon, and then there's Cud. I'm not gonna try to pronounce her name, but and Ladarius Scott, Loretta Manning. Like I say, you impacted a whole family with this crime. I have no further questions.
Any other questions? Yeah, I've got a statement. I agree with Mr. Freeman. It sounds like, why did you go over there with a gun? Number one. Number two, like he said, you didn't leave, you stayed there. So when she came out, because you felt like you knew she was in there, and then the gun, it went off. I mean, she shot 4 times in the torso, so that's not an accidental shooting. And then the children. She had children that were ages 3, 5, and 13. And the statement from the daughter, which she did speak, but she did say that she had been told her mother was so sweet and kind, and it traumatized the whole family. Then you have the older son that he witnessed abuse in the home. So it sounded to me like it was a very abusive situation. She was trying to get away, and as typically happens, a man says, no, you're not going anywhere. I'll kill you first. And they follow him, and then they do it. That's what it sounds like to me happens. Because I don't know why you went over there to see somebody and brought a gun with you. I'm just. That's all. Okay. What?
Go ahead.
Why did you say?
I was passing, going home to my sister's house. Now I saw kind of his car that I passed in the motel going home down Shifterman to a highway. And I know, and I saw next to her car was this drug dealer. He was a drug dealer in Alvin, Ontario. Both worked for the phone company. And I was afraid that why I took the gun out of my car because I know the type of person he was. I didn't take the gun out for Connie. I took it out for my safety.
Why didn't you just keep driving?
Well, I saw Connie call.
Well, that's okay. She wasn't with you.
So I didn't hear that. Was with me? I wasn't with me. I was by myself.
I know you should have just kept driving.
I didn't hear you, ma'am.
Okay, that's okay. That's okay. It doesn't matter. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? All right, Mr. Grant, I don't see any other questions, so I think that we're ready to vote. Mr. Freeman.
Mr. Grant, I think you need to come more to terms with what actually happened that night. I don't think you're telling us the whole truth. And due to strong victim opposition, my vote is to deny.
Mr. Tillis,
My vote is also to deny.
Mrs. Stapleton,
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Mr. Freeman.
I concur with the same thing that Mr. Freeman said.
And I also concur, Mr. Grant. I think you have some more work to do to, as Mr. Freeman puts it, come to terms and, take responsibility for what really happened that day and leading up to it. So today you've received a unanimous vote to deny your application for commutation.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, good afternoon. Mr. Matthews,
Yes, sir, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
could you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your DOC number.
My name is Robert Matthews. My DOC is 174190.
Yes, sir, that's what I have. Good. And let me acknowledge that you've got your sister, Miss Maddie Matthews, there with you today and in Cole. Thanks for being here, ma'am. On Zoom, we have Mr. Ron Hicks. Here with us in Baton Rouge, we do have opposition. We have Reverend Martha Adams and Letitia Smith, along with Garnet Brown. And then we also have, we'll hear from the DA's office, Mr. Tracy Barbera. First, let me just read some identifying information, Mr. Matthews. You're seeking a commutation of your sentence, having been sentenced in East Baton Rouge Parish, August 2001, to a life sentence for second-degree murder conviction. Is that information correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Tell us, then give us before we start our interview, give us your statement. Tell us why you believe we should vote for you today.
Why y'all should vote for me?
Yes.
I've been incarcerated ever since 1996, ever since I came to the parish. And when I got to Angola, I gave my life to Christ. When I started doing things for people and I started helping people. I'm also a hospital worker. I do a lot of things over at the hospital. I do things that other people be scared to do, touch people while they dying and all like that. I change pampers, I change all that. I do all that.
Okay. All right, sir. Thank you. Warden Amber, what can you tell us?
Yes, I can tell you that offender, Matthews is a minimum B. He's assigned to Cypress 4 and works as a janitor cleaner. He also works as a healthcare orderly and with the hospice. He has a total of 9 DB reports, last one being 8/1 of 2017 for Rule 10. He has taken anger management, T4C, AANA. He's currently enrolled in a 100-hour pre-release. He has a lot of faith-based classes. M.A. Matthews has an outstanding work ethic. Most of my colleagues have given a letter of recommendation for him because of the work that he does at the hospital. He's very cooperative and very respectable. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Hicks, we'd like to hear from you, sir.
Well, thank you once again, Chairman Renas and this respected board. I'm here today to speak on the behalf of Mr. Matthews, who is sitting before you. He's a remarkable person. As he said in his opening statement, his service to the community, the things that he's done as it relates to caring for people who couldn't care for themselves. It takes a real sincere heart to clean people that unable to clean themselves, to bathe people, to do things that just people don't normally do. Mr. Matthews has stepped to the plate to provide those services to people in hospice program. I've seen him countless of times, continually working on the behalf of those that are in need. And his service shows that he is very remorseful in his transition, his transformation that has taken place in his life, the classes that he's participated in, the people that he served countless of times, not only through the hospice program, but also just within the general population. Mr. Matthews has exhibited an outstanding conduct, outstanding rehabilitative program, outstanding heart towards those that are in need. And I just respectfully request this board to consider all of the things that Mr. Matthews has done over the years to serve his community and to do the things necessary to make him a better person. So I respectfully ask this board to grant Mr. Matthews clemency today. Thank you so much for giving me the time to speak.
All right, thank you, sir. And I don't have an indication. Does Mr. Matthews, does your sister Maddie want to say something on your behalf? Miss Maddie, do you want to say something?
Yes, I can.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I'm Maddie Matthews, his baby sister, and I do care for him. My mother's dying wish was for me to take her space and provide and take care of him. Also, I see a lot of changes from when he first came in incarcerated. So, and I get a lot of compliments when I do come and visit him, and they talk very highly of him. And I see a lot of changes in his life. And I'm asking y'all to give him another chance because he got a lot of growth then from beginning when he first came in. So, and he will be staying with me if y'all give him a chance. And I'm gonna continue to take care of him and help him and guide him the right directions.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So now we'll hear from the opposition. Oh, who wants to go first? Just if you would introduce yourself and tell us your relationship to the victim.
My name is Mark Adams.
my son, Joseph Adams. Yeah. And in my opinion, I'm pretty God back into the hands of the Lord, but I'm not God, and I don't think he should, be part of it when he become away. Because he's done all this great stuff that they say he's doing. And I thank God for it, but my son is not able to do any of that. Because he just point blank took his life. Which is something he shouldn't have done it. I feel like if he did it then, it's always a possibility that he can do it again, because it wasn't the first time that he did such a thing. And I just pray God that, that I'm making the right decision. I say no. So I think he should remain where he is, do the way he's doing, but I don't think that he did do that out here where we are. I don't be saying that. I have people but they try to kill anybody or anything like that. So my opinion, I say no, let him stay where he is. Thank you. Let me have my say. And I say no.
All right, thank you, ma'am. We appreciate you being here. Is it Letitia wants to speak?
This is Letitia Smith. I am Joseph's sister. And I just want to say that my brother doesn't have the opportunity to say, God, I'm tired of being dead. Can I come back? That I've been dead since 1996. My brother doesn't have the opportunity to come back and see the son that was in the closet hiding when he was murdered. He doesn't have the opportunity to see his other children or his grandchildren. He doesn't have the opportunity to further educate himself. He was also a help of many people. He also was a friend to the person that took his life. He cut his hair the day before he took his life. He also face to face asked to live. Asked his friend not to do this because my baby is here with me. I just feel like the world and where we're living in now, a lot is going on because people are allowed to come back on the street and have the opportunity to do again and again the things that they've done to be put away. I just don't feel like at this time, like my mom said, I'm not God. I'm not God. But I do know when we were there, we knew that my brother was not the first victim. Who's to say when a circumstance come up again that you feel like, hey, I don't have no control, so my only answer is, oh, just let me take this life. That's the only answer that I have. Who's to say that it won't happen again? Now, I'm not the God, I'm not the judge, and everything that sounds great. The words are spoken sounds great, but that's in a closed environment. What's gonna happen out in the real world when things happen that you can't control? Nobody can come, my brother can't come back. He'll never have the opportunity to be with us. We'll never have the opportunity to embrace him or for me to say, hey, I'm gonna make sure that he does well. His life is over. We could never see him again. I just asked the board today, just trust in your decision. Trust in the Lord. But I just don't see it. Thank you.
Right, could we hear from the DA's office, please?
Thank you, Chairman Renazza. Tracy Barbera with the 19th Judicial District Attorney's Office. I was the trial attorney in this matter, and back in the day was very familiar with Miss Martha and Letitia. Joseph Adams' nickname was Tiny. When we tried this case, we actually brought the jury out to the homicide scene so they could see the window that Robert Matthews crawled through, so they could see the closet where people were hiding from him. As you know from his record, Mr. Matthews has previously been convicted of negligent homicide. He was on parole for that offense when this murder occurred. They tried to argue that this was a manslaughter. The jury rejected that defense or that mitigation, and he was convicted of murder. His story about what happened was not consistent with the facts, the physical evidence in the case. There was a disagreement where a beer bottle was used, but he went upstairs to his apartment, got the gun, and went downstairs with every intent of killing Tiny, and he did so. Again, he has previously killed, he has prior weapons violations, he has a poor supervision history, and I would respectfully submit to you that the amount of time he has served, part of it was for the prior offenses, but I believe he has served time which would be consistent with a manslaughter conviction, not time that would be consistent with a second-degree murder conviction. He was originally indicted for first-degree murder because this was an aggravated burglary. We did reduce it prior to trial and tried it as a second degree. So I stood with Joseph Adams' family back in 1996, and I stand with them today and respectfully ask that you please deny his request for commutation this morning. Thank you.
Yes. Mr. Craig, turn it over to you.
Okay, Mr. Matthews, we'll make this pretty short and simple, I think. Okay, you've got a pretty extensive history. Have you ever killed anybody before?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you were found guilty of that, right?
Yes, sir. I plead guilty.
Okay, all right, and on this particular charge here, how long have you been in jail?
On this particular charge here, 30 years. 30.
And what was the sentence on this murder, this particular murder? What sentence did you get?
They sentenced me to life.
Okay, you got life, you spent 30, it's your second time to kill somebody. Stories don't exactly add up, you got an extensive criminal history. So tell me in one sentence, because you got a big creek to jump over with me. Tell me why I should vote to grant this.
Well, since I accept the Lord as my Lord and Savior, I have changed a lot. I don't feel like I feel do anything to nobody else out there because I done changed people in Him. And I done showed them what I came from is what I want to go in the world and do. I don't want to go out there and hurt nobody or do nothing to nobody. So I please ask that you give me a grant on that there and let you see that the work I do in there.
Okay, well, I congratulate you on accepting the Lord and the change that you've made in your heart.
Yeah.
And I'll take that into consideration in my vote, and that's all I have.
All right. Any other questions? I don't see any other questions, so we're ready to vote. Mr. Prater.
Because of your extensive criminal history, because of the fact that you've served 30 years of a life sentence on your second murder that you've admitted to, I'm gonna have to vote to deny this.
Mr. Freeman.
I concur with Mr. Prater.
Mr. Taylor.
I concur with Mr. Prater.
State.
I concur.
All right, Mr. Matthews, you received 4 votes to deny your application for clemency, so that is the outcome of today's proceeding. Your application for commutation is denied, sir. Good luck to you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
no, then I'll text y'all.
All right. Still good morning. Good morning, Mr. Fletcher. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
Anthony Fletcher, 436-923.
All right, Mr. Fletcher, let me, before we get started with our process, let me acknowledge those who have joined us here today with us in Baton Rouge in support. We have your family members, Paula Rayner and Paul Rayner. Here in opposition with us in Baton Rouge, we have Julia Johnson, Diane Walters, Johnny Johnson, and Larry Walter. Joining us by Zoom from the Rapides District Attorney's Office is Derek Johnson. And for those who would like to speak at the appropriate time, we'll call on them. First, Mr. Fletcher, let me read some identifying information into the record. Mr. Fletcher, you are classified as a first felony offender. You were sentenced in Rapides Parish in January 2001 to a life sentence for a first-degree murder conviction, and you are seeking commutation of that sentence. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So before we get started in hearing from those who want to speak, we want to hear your statement first. Tell us why you're in jail and what would you like us to know?
I'm in prison for the murder of Linda Kyle. For something that for years have been, I denied it for years because I was ashamed of what I did. And Linda Kyle did not deserve what we did to her. And I'm sorry for the pain that I've caused the family and the pain I've caused my family because she didn't deserve what happened to her.
So why do you think we ought to vote favorably for you today?
Because I'm not the same man that committed to murder back in '99.
All right. Warden Ambo, can you tell us a little bit about Mr. Fletcher?
Yes, Mr. Fletcher is a minimum A trustee. He's assigned to work as a janitor, a cleaner. He has a total of 3 DB reports, last report being 419 in 2007. He got his GED in 2010. He attended substance abuse, victim awareness, and victim awareness letter training, anger management, 100 hours pre-release. Thanking for a change. He has an associate degree in associate art degree in Christian ministry, along with a BA in Christian ministry. He's a faith-based. He has a lot of faith-based certificates. He completed Teal Walker training, and Mr. Fletcher has a lot of respect for authority.
Okay, good, thank you. So let's hear from the folks who are here in support. Mr. Rayner, we'd like to hear from you first. Yes, would you stand up there, please? Thank you.
My name is Paul Rayner, Matthew's cousin. I'm here to support Anthony because this Anthony is being incarcerated. He's not the same person he was. Anthony went to prison. He had a 6th grade education since he's been incarcerated. He's got his high school diploma, and he's also been involved in the Baptist college that they have in prison. Anthony, I don't know what happened at the crime. I have no details of that, but my condolences to their family. So Anthony is a very kind-hearted person. He's a person who don't help anyone while he's been incarcerated. There's been times where he's worked with people in hospice who were passing. There's been times when he's dug graves, and there's been times when he's helped other inmates. The staff at Angola always talk very highly of Anthony. He's very respectful. And if you would grant him clemency, I assure you that this man has a lot to give to the community. Thank you very much for your time.
We appreciate hearing from you.
Thank you.
Ms. Paula?
Thank you for letting us speak today. My name's Paula Rayner, and I'm Paul's wife. I met Anthony in 1991 when we got married. We lived in a 12 by 56 trailer, 3 adults and 2 children. And you get to know somebody when you're in that close quarters with someone. I never had any problems about leaving him with my children, my house, my money, my property. He was always very kind, very respectful. He was in his 20s. They hunted, fished. Anthony worked for us. He didn't have much of an education at the time. They ran a small business, and that was our life. He was very close to his mother, his sisters, his cousins, his nieces and nephews. We did lots of family picnics and dinners and things like that. He was never boastful. He was always a very gentle, humble man. I don't know what happened with the crime. I can't imagine losing a sister, a friend, a niece, and nephew, or anything like the whole family. We're asking for Anthony to have a second chance. I haven't seen him in 26 years until yesterday. He's the same thing-hearted person I remember. I can't imagine him being anything different. We don't live here anymore. He still has support here, but if he was given the chance, we could do everything and anything that we can to help him be a member of society that can help someone instead of hurt someone. And I appreciate your time and listening to us. Thank you for being here.
Let's hear from Mr. Channing Blake.
Good afternoon to this honorable board. Channing Blake with Louisiana Parole Project, appearing on behalf of Mr. Anthony Fletcher. Mr. Fletcher has participated in Toastmasters. He's obtained his bachelor's degree. He has family support, and he's a client of ours, and he's been accepted into our program. Should the board give him a favorable recommendation today, we have reentry services that include transitional housing, employment assistance, and social norms and more that will help him in his journey. He will also be assigned a reentry specialist that'll mentor him through the process. So based upon his record, his rehabilitation, and his strong support system, we ask that you grant a favorable recommendation to Mr. Anthony Fletcher. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Can we hear from Julia Johnson?
Standing here today for my sister-in-law, who was murdered by the evil hands of Anthony Fletcher in June of 1999. Linda had her whole life ahead of her with hopes and dreams, but instead she was murdered by the hands of Anthony and Thea, and Linda had other plans. The morning of Linda's death, she arrived home, and upon entering the house, Anthony and Thea brutally attacked her, tortured, and killed Linda in her own home. Linda was stuffed in a trash bag, put in her own car, and drove into the Little River, where Anthony and Thea drove her car off into the embankment and into the river, threw away like she was a piece of garbage, and sat in the bottom of the river for approximately 30 days. For 30 days, our family did not know where Linda was or what had happened to her. We suffered mental torture, the emotions of not knowing where she was or what had happened to her is almost unbearable. And I believe that Anthony should remain in jail until the day he dies. We are a strong family and we love family and friends that survived and helped us get through it all. But we can't forget about Linda, the way she was taken away. I think of Linda every day and will forever carry her in my heart. Anthony Fletcher was sentenced to life and no parole, and he deserves no freedom, and I'm asking that he remain in jail till the day he dies.
Ms. Reed, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Diane Walters.
This side. Linda was his sister. Really, really is. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. And to hear from you. Every time something like this comes up, I see all the images. See the blood in the house. I see the horrific crime scene, garbage bags thrown all over the place, just like they disposed her body in a garbage bag. They brutally beat her, Anthony, and they brutally beat her with an iron skillet, with a hammer and stabbed her so many times. I never got to say goodbye to my sister. I never got to see her when they pulled her out of the bottom of that river. She was so decomposed that it was just couldn't see her body, so I never got to say goodbye to her. And it was awful waiting, like my sister-in-law said, for 30 days, not knowing where she was, what happened to her. I mean, we knew in our heart she was not alive. But we didn't have that confirmation. Anthony was 31 years old when he went and was fine. We really wanted life, the death penalty. But we agreed with the plea deal that he would have life with no chance of parole. We only did that because I wanted to spare my mom from the trial, that she would hear what was going on. I didn't want her to know the horrible things that was done to her. And I'm begging, I'm pleading with every being that I have, please do not let him be released at any time. Don't let his sentence be lessened, because he pleaded guilty. He agreed to it. He knows what he did. He was of the age and he knows what he did was wrong. It was such savagery and inhumane to do that to another person. I just can't understand how another human would do that to someone. And I understand he's been through all this, classes and all that, and I pray that he's saved. I do. But he did the crime and he should suffer the consequences. That does not mean that he should be any less than what he pleaded to. My sister is not here today, but I'm here today. I'm personally speaking out, begging you, please, please do not vote no.
Mr. Larry Walker.
I am Larry Walters. I am brother-in-law of Linda Kyle. And as we know, Linda was viciously murdered by Anthony Fletcher and Thea Johnson. And through their own confessions and pleas for mercy, Anthony and Thea were convicted and granted life without parole. Today, the horror, the brutal reality, such a horrendous, barbaric, senseless act, inhumane violence against Linda have resurfaced again in my life and in this family. Reliving the trauma again has shattered the simple serenity and peace that are the basis of my ideals in life. As far back as I can remember, I've lived on basic principles. One is that an honest day's work for an honest day's pay. Another is that you reap what you sow. But the one that holds the most weight for me has always been that true justice shall prevail. Today, Anthony Fletcher is attempting to defy that latter principle in his request for commutation of sentence. He already has been granted mercy in his current sentence, life without parole. Linda cannot be granted any form of leniency from the death or sadistic murders inflicted upon her. Should this honorable Board of Pardons and Committee on Parole grant his request, my simple mind will hold them complicit in the failure of true justice prevailing for all. There's no just cause in my simple mind to grant or change in any form of the true justice that is already being served. Mercy, again, as I say, mercy has already been applied. I ask the Honorable State of Louisiana to deny any commutation and justly allow Anthony Fletcher to remain incarcerated in his sentence of life without parole. This was his plea. This is true justice. And he is alive today. Linda is not.
Sir? Could we hear from the DA's office, Mr. Johnson?
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Derek Johnson with the Rapides Parish District Attorney's Office. I'm standing here today with you before because our office is still opposed to any commutation of sentence for Mr. Fletcher. We heard Mr. Fletcher speak today, and it was roughly about four sentences in 30 seconds, showing little remorse. The people that were spoke in favor of him spoke longer than him. Surely, if my life was on the line or anybody's life was on the line, I would have more to say about me being remorseful for the crimes that I've committed in the past. Surely no one is the same person they were 20 years ago. So he could say that, but he has shown little remorse here today for his actions that he taken with such a heinous crime that he and his co-defendant both committed. And they both pled to life without parole. And we at the office of Rapides Parish District Attorney's Office see that he serves out the remainder of that sentence. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. All right, I'm gonna turn it over to Mr. Prater.
Yes, sir, Mr. Fletcher, how are you today?
How you doing, sir?
And I won't make this any harder than it has to be. Did you kill this woman?
Yes, sir. I don't deny it. Yes, sir. I don't deny that I did.
Okay, because in your application for parole, you say that you were aware of a crime that had been committed, but you failed to report it, and you took a plea bargain at the advice of the state lawyers. I think if I'd been, I won't say what I'd been doing, but that didn't sound like you were taking responsibility at that time. And so that's what I was curious about.
For many years, I denied what I did because I was ashamed of what I did. And until I started taking responsibility for what I did. And there's no words there's no words in the dictionary or no words I can come up with to say how sorry I am for what I did. I can't. I'm sorry for what I'm sorry for the pain I caused the family. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the pain that they're having to they're going through the day for what they're having to be put through again today. And I'm sorry for what I've done. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, I know you're sorry for what, okay, I won't get into any more than that. I think I got the gist of what is being said here, but this was filled out when you applied for this hearing today. And so it
Yes, sir.
hadn't,
I was
it
still
hadn't been
in
very many years you've been taking accountability for this. But, okay. I see that you've taken a lot of courses and a lot of classes. You got your high school and college degrees, and I think that's really good. But I'm still troubled by your admission of your part of the crime. That still troubles me. And I don't want to get into a lot of detail. We got the victims here. We've already been to trial. But I'm still bothered by that. And I'm very familiar with your case because I've studied it, and I studied it when the co-defendant came up too. So anyway, I don't have any other questions.
Any other questions? All right, Mr. Fletcher, I don't see any other questions. I'll say this, then I made the same note that Mr. Prater did. I wrote down what you said in your application, which was dated, it was submitted rather, or received by us at least, just January 2023. Where it didn't seem as though you were aware a crime was committed and failed to report it. So I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Prater?
Yes, my vote today is to deny this request. I'm still very concerned about your taking the very first step, and that's accountability. And because of victim opposition, because of the DA's office opposition, and because of what you've already heard me speak, my vote is to deny.
Mr. Freeman?
I agree that I'm glad you're finally, trying to take responsibility, and I appreciate the work you've done at hospice. It is real tough. But the bottom line is this was a very heinous crime, and we have victim and law enforcement opposition. My vote is to deny.
Mr. Tiller?
I concur with Mr. Prater.
Mrs. State?
I concur with Mr. Prater.
Mr. Fletcher, I too want to thank you for the work you're doing in hospice. I share my colleagues' sentiments. My vote today is to deny for the reasons that have already been stated. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you for your opportunity.
All right, good afternoon. Mr. Hill, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Dwayne Hill, 294586.
All right, before we get started, Mr. Hill, I want to acknowledge we have quite a few people who have joined us in support both here, there at Angola and on Zoom. And I'm just going to run through real quickly the list of names so you'll know everybody who's here. So we have Ron Hicks, Luther Jones, Harold McCoy, Grace Bronson. I'm sorry, that's your attorney. She's on Zoom. We'll ask for her remarks at the appropriate time. We have Charles Jones, Kenneth Million, Stuart Freeman, Richard Nair, Kathy Nair, Ike Weeks, Gerald Parker, Panitra Yerdman, Sharon Taylor, Elizabeth Douglas, Dee Dee Thomas, Madria Taylor, Jeremiah Hardman, Michael Drite, and Shannon Blake. So we have allowed for 3 people to speak on your behalf, and that would be Mr. Jones, Ms. Taylor, and Mr. Drite, and we'll call on them at the appropriate time to do so. First, let me ask your attorney to introduce herself for the record, please.
Good morning or afternoon, Honorable Board. Good to see you all. Grace Bronson on behalf of Dwayne Hill.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Hill, first I'll read some identifying information into the record, sir. You are seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in Richland Parish in March 1991. You received a life sentence for a second-degree murder conviction. Is that information correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Hill, before we hear from those who want to speak on your behalf and from your attorney, we'd like to hear your statement first. Why are you seeking a commutation of your sentence, and what got you in prison, and why do you think you deserve it?
First, I want to acknowledge that I'm truly thankful for this opportunity to come before this honorable board. And I do so in full transparency, with total honesty and sincerity, acknowledging that I'm leaning solely on the mercy of God and mercy on this board for another opportunity, a second chance at freedom. I say that in reference to mercy because I realize that mercy is something that we all need. I realize that none of us, especially myself, deserve an opportunity, but I want to take the opportunity that if you afford me to go back into society and use the gifts and use the talents and abilities and the equipment that God has enabled me over the 35 years of my incarceration to make a difference in society. God has blessed me and equipped me and to use these mentorship and facilities and the ability to be able to mentor men who've allowed me the opportunity to transform their lives in a way that has been a blessing to the community here in Angola. And my desire is to use that same equipment, those abilities, those gifts to go home and to facilitate change into the lives of so many people in the community that I come from. Men that really need to know that change is imminent and is available. And I want to be the catalyst for that change.
All right, well, thank you. Fernando, what can you share with us?
I can let you know that inmate Hill, he is a minimum A trustee. He's assigned to Fox D3 upper, and he works as a clergy. He has a total of 4 DB reports, last being in February 17, 1994. He has a Bachelor's of Arts in General Studies, Anger Management, Horticulture, Substance Abuse, Compassionate Cultivating Training, Malachi Dads. He's also a member of the Point Lookout Project, T4C, Inside Our Dad, More Accomplished Mentor Training, Victim Awareness, Celebrate Recovery, Trauma Healing, Tapuco. He has a bunch of faith-based certificates. He did AANA. He also was a part of the COVID We had the COVID people at Camp J. He was one of the ones that was over there helping, take care of them. He has a positive work ethic. He, respects authority, and he's, no threat to security and no threat to society either. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We appreciate it. We'll hear from the family and friends who want to speak on his behalf before we turn it over to Ms. Bronson. So could we hear first from Mr. Jones?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all today. I'm Luther Jones, cousin to Dwayne. The family and I have always asserted Dwayne's innocence, and we feel that he has not been afforded all the things that have been offered to him. I do know that God places individuals in certain situations for his purpose. And I believe that God had placed this incident in Dwayne's preview so that he could help others. Dwayne has shown his ability to help others while he's been there at Angola. We are totally behind him. We are totally able to support him when he returns, because we feel that the Lord has given him all the training that he needs, and even more training that he's accomplished while he's been there, and the situations that he's been in, that he can come back and mentor to our family, mentor to our community, and also help other young men to have a positive attitude upon life. So, and this would be a great gift to our community and to our society. So we just thank you for the opportunity to allow me to speak on his behalf. I feel that God placed him there for a purpose. God's purpose has been accomplished, and that he has other things in store for Dwayne. And it's our family commitment that he can be utilized to further spread the joy from God to others. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Yeah, Mr. Tillis has a question of you, Mr. Jones.
Yes.
You said he was innocent? You feel that he was innocent?
We've always felt that Dwayne has been innocent, that he was wrongly convicted. The family has always felt that way.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Ms. Taylor, you want to step up to the podium, please?
Good morning, esteemed members of the board. My name is Andrea Taylor. I am the proud daughter of Pastor Dwayne Hill, and I stand before you today, not just as his child, but also as a living testament to his enduring love, guidance, and the profound impact he has had on my life, even from behind the prison walls. At the tender age of 11, I was thrust into the courtroom as an alibi witness for my father. The prosecution's interrogation left me confused and traumatized, planting seeds of self-doubt that grew into a lifelong struggle with people pleasing. You see, my parents and grandparents instilled in me that you tell the truth no matter what the situation is. I told DA Conan and Assistant District Attorney Ms. Duchier the truth, and that they still locked my father up. Leaving me to carry that burden of his incarceration was my fault, well into my adulthood. The experience stole a piece of my innocence, but it did not steal my spirit. Despite the circumstances and the statistics that predict that the outcome of children of the incarcerated, my siblings and I have defied those odds. We have become productive, compassionate members of society. This resilience is a reflection of the values of our father and our family, instilled in us. He continues to uphold and share with others, even while incarcerated. My father has not wasted his time despite his circumstances. He has worked tirelessly on behalf of those around him. He has received more awards and accolades than I could list. Some of them have already been listed here today. Remarkable accomplishments that speak to his commitment to growth and transformation. He has mentored countless young men and facilitated restorative justice programs and remained deeply rooted in faith and personal accountability. His life behind bars has been one of service, of education, of redemption. However, these years have not been kind to his health. As he ages, his medical issues have become more severe, and I live in constant fear of receiving a phone call that he has passed away alone in prison. The thought that he might leave this world without the chance to embrace his newly born great-granddaughter, his children, his grandchildren again, is a burden that's heavy to bear. The clemency process in Louisiana has been a roller coaster of hope and despair. Now, despite the board's previous recommendations for commutation, our family has faced repeated denials without clear explanation. The lack of transparency and prolonged uncertainty feels like a cruel punishment, not just for my father, but for all of us who love him. I implore you to look beyond the walls that have confined my father for over 3 decades, and beyond the past failures and missed opportunities within our justice system. My father has already received 2 recommendations from this board to commute his sentence in 2015 and again in 2017. Yet he still remains a ward of the state. Today, as Louisiana's criminal justice policies take a sharp turn, the stakes for clemency and second chances have never been greater. Granting him clemency would reunite a family torn apart by years of separation, but also affirm the values of justice, mercy, and humanity that our legal system strives to uphold. This is definitely a moment to affirm that rehabilitation, redemption, and second chances are still possible in Louisiana. My father is living proof of that possibility. He has done the hard work to earn that chance. Please don't let this opportunity pass us by again. Let this be the time that his voice, that our voices, that your voices are heard. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Mr. Dry.
Good morning, board. My testimony is a little different. Amid all of the accolades that Pastor Hill has, we have to, he got to do that. I met Pastor Hill a few years ago at the TN hospital, and I had a lot of stuff that I've done. I was refraining from talking about it, but again, I didn't have to do it. I got to. Today I'm a licensed ordained pastor. Today I'm the program coordinator of Agile Planning Solution, the flagship program of Baton Rouge Community Shooting. Again, I have to do it. I get to do it. And the reason why I get to do it is because of positive program by the public corrections. More importantly, the people that operate these programs, specifically Pastor Dwayne Hill. Pastor Dwayne Hill looked beyond who I was and who I could be. It was more than just telling a teenager charged as an adult, flushed into an adult prison, don't do that. Dwayne Hill was a little different than one to come and set the framework, and I promise I'll be brief. Dwayne Hill is the type of guy, he's big and stature. He's not a fearful guy. He's the kind of guy that will go take a teenager like myself, relatively big guy now. Pull him out of the car and say, come on, you're gonna do this, not this. That's who that guy is. I don't want to talk about him being the innocent. I have no knowledge of that. I do have knowledge he's a man of integrity. He's a man that cares about people. And he's a man that's willing to do what's necessary to go to the next level. The president, the former president of the United States said this. Real good. He says that we can't change what happened, but we can change what happened next. Today I stand before this board. I'm in a position, talking to the CEO of our company this last night. We're in a position to offer Dwayne Hill a position as my executive assistant. Don't pay a lot of money. He will pay $45,000. We also have a place for him to stay if he wants to stay in that position. We have that for him, and Mr. Hill, and I testify to the board, and I thank you so much for hearing me.
Oh, thank you. All right, Ms. Bronson, we'd like to hear from you, please.
Yes, good afternoon again to the Honorable Board. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. I usually like to be there in front of you all. And thank you for accommodating my time this morning. Just to acknowledge Chairman Renata, I know you read a bunch of people's names into the record, and there were a bunch of people that wanted to speak who have not been able to, including Ron Hicks, who you have heard from already this morning for other folks who are incarcerated, as well as Channing Blake, who represents the Louisiana Parole Project, who has offered their full rehabilitation and reentry services for Mr. Hill if he is recommended and then signed and then able to be released in this process. And so I just wanted to acknowledge their presence, as well as Mr. Charles Jones, who also has logged on or should have registered with the board today, who was Mr. Hill's trial attorney over 35 years ago during his second-degree murder trial in Richland Parish, and is still available, has been involved and adamant about support and advocacy on behalf of Mr. Hill, which as a trial attorney, to be involved in a case that you did over 3 decades ago is miraculous, and wanted to acknowledge that as well. Mr. Hill, this case is complicated, and I reserve any questions the board may have for myself and obviously Mr. Hill in his interview. The record is lengthy. The trial, Mr. Hill was indicted with 2 co-defendants for first-degree murder. The day of trial, after 50 some pretrial motions were filed, the state amended the bill, the indictment to second-degree murder, and he proceeded to trial and was found guilty. Subsequent to trial, he had requested multiple times for his file, and evidence was turned over that he filed on post-conviction as Brady evidence that was withheld by the prosecution. His post-conviction, through a lengthy procedural history, went back and forth and was ultimately heard in 2007 and 2008 at an evidentiary hearing based on withheld evidence by the state, and ultimately was heard and denied at the evidentiary hearing. He has since filed subsequent post-conviction filings that have been reviewed, and has filed a subsequent 926.2 post-conviction that is a very, very limited, based on prior legislative in 2022 to file on factual innocence. So there's a very, and I'm sure the record in front of this honorable board is lengthy, and the story has been the same. The record is complicated legally and in front of in a courtroom, as well as what is before you all today. You heard from his daughter, who was called as an alibi witness when she was 11 years old, that he has maintained for the 35 years that he has been going through this process in the criminal justice system in Louisiana. His mother, who is deceased, was also called as an alibi witness and also heard before the court. We are before you all this afternoon after two favorable recommendations in two different governors in the past, based on Mr. Hill's phenomenal record. He is exactly who all of these people say he is and always has been. Over the past 35 years, while he has been fighting in the courts pro se, without an attorney, as well as with appointed counsel, that he has continued to excel in his in prison which is evident in his prison record. He, as you see in the record, and I've already been told by the Angola administration, has an extensive rehabilitation record of classes, mentorships, volunteering, education. He has worked he helped build the DOC headquarters where you all are sitting today. He has worked at the police barracks as well as at DCI. He has numerous letters from pastors, current and past wardens of all of the institutions he has been incarcerated in, as well as churches and mentors and family and friends as the like, all in recommendation of his character, his rehabilitation, and the time that he has served. He is a Class A trustee and has been since 1997. His last write-up was in 1994, as you heard, and only has 4 write-ups, which is quite incredible, given when he went into Angola, as well as his consistency over the past 35 years in prison, in various facilities that he has been trusted to be at. He goes off the grounds, he goes into and works outside of the prisons wherever he has been held. He has multiple, in terms of his if recommended for a commutation today, not only the Louisiana Parole Project, but has 8 children and grandchildren and now a great-grandchild who are all in full support in his reentry and success into, if granted the chance to come home from the prison, from Angola. Again, I don't want to take up too much of your time, and the record is lengthy, and reserve any questions you all have for me. I'm not going anywhere, and just to continue to conclude that this board is weighing a lot of variables of very serious crimes. I know what you all do. I come before you all for various defendants with varying backgrounds, and Mr. Hill is unique in the fact that he has always maintained his innocence, as well as maintained a phenomenal prison record, is trusted in the prison and outside of the prison, and has successfully facilitated and completed all reentry to be a great candidate for a favorable recommendation. And we would ask that you grant him a favorable recommendation today for a commutation of his life sentence. And again, would answer any questions the board may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Hill, your case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis. I'm going to turn it over to him.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hill. How are you?
Good afternoon, Mr. Tillis.
I read through your record. You have record of a lot of things you did that are positive.
Yes, sir.
I'm curious about this. You say you're innocent. Can you explain to me?
Yes, sir. I was convicted for this crime in 1990. The majority of the evidence that was presented before the jury was eyewitness testimony. There was no physical evidence presented. Eyewitnesses said that they saw me at the scene of a crime, and during the trial, the witness came and said that she saw me commit the crime. Since that time, like Ms. Grace, Attorney Grace has stated, over the period of the last 35 years, we have developed facts through attorneys and investigators that support the record, which is before you and which is before the court, that shows that this witness was not telling the truth during the course of the trial and has since recanted her testimony, her trial testimony, that is supported in the record by police reports that was withheld at the time from my trial attorney, Charles Jones. We have been back and forth with litigation with the district attorney, Mr. Ducier, but we still have not been able to come to a resolution as a result of my release. So I know this is not a judgmental call here this morning, but I just want to take the opportunity to acknowledge before this honorable board that despite the fact that I was convicted for this crime, I have tried to use every available gift. My grandma used to tell me, when life deals you lemons, you make lemonade, Mr. Tillis, and the majority of my time in being incarcerated has trying to make every effort to create a positive atmosphere, to be a difference maker. Sometimes we can't choose our life's paths, but we can make a determined effort how we're going to respond to those paths. And so I've tried to do it in a positive way. I've tried to interject every opportunity of infusing the will and the power of God in my life every day, everywhere I go. One of the names that some guys call me is the real deal Pastor Hill. And I try to, I don't say that just haphazardly, but if I'm behind the pulpit or wherever I am, talking to people or counseling people or mentoring people, I try to do so with integrity. I try to do so with honesty and truthfulness. I know that there are certain things that have been said during the course of my trial, and I've always tried to be transparent. My daughter has tried to be transparent. My mother was transparent about where my whereabout was during the course of this trial. And I'm just asking this board from the bottom of my heart and from the depths of my soul that if you allow me an opportunity to re-enter into society, I give you my word that I do so with God's passion and mercy in mind to make a difference maker in my community. I don't care if it's in a schoolhouse to be able to speak to kids, in a church house where a lot of people have invited me to come speak, or just the fact that I can pull up on some kid, some wayward kid, that's about to come, commit some type of illegal activity, or folk that don't want to understand that it takes moral integrity to pull up your pants so you can pull up your mind. But these are the things that has been instilled in me through programming these last 35 years and through transformation by God's power. Because it's only by the power of God that I have been able to stand and to be a community leader, to be exemplified in the things, not just what I say, but in the lifestyle that I have tried to live and to exemplify.
I have no doubt that you have not, I believe you've changed. I really do. The record states that, but how old were you when this crime happened?
I was 27, 28 years old. And I'm 64 now.
Were you doing drugs at the time?
No, sir. I was not. Even though during the course of the trial, there were some illusions by the prosecutor that drugs was supposed to have played a part in the crime. I was not involved in drugs. I've never been arrested for drugs. I've never been investigated for drugs. There are no drugs in my record here.
Okay,
Yes,
okay.
sir.
So there were three of you.
Yes, sir.
Who killed her? And why did y'all kill her?
I don't know who killed Mrs. Kuhn, Mr. Tillis, and I have lived every day with the personal conviction of trying to discover the district attorney files, which that during the district attorney files, there was, like Mrs. Gray said, there was some evidence that was uncovered that pointed to other individuals that could have been the person that did the crime.
Were you with the guy that did it?
Sir?
You were with the guys that did it?
No, sir. I was never with them. And even during the course of the trial, they even asked those witnesses, have you ever been with Mr. Hill before? And the answer to that question was no. How do you know Mr. Hill? Have you ever talked to Mr. Hill? They had never had any association with me, no conversation with me. The only connection that they said that they had was me was on this particular night when this was supposed to happen. And we live in a small community of Rayville, Louisiana, and North Louisiana. It's no more but 5,000 people in this town, and everybody knows everybody. And everybody knows in my community that I have no association with those people whatsoever.
Okay, I have no more questions.
Any other questions? No. All right, Mr. Hill, I don't see any other questions, so I think that we are prepared to vote. We have a motion by Mrs. Stapleton for executive session. Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Mr. Tillis. Any opposition? Could you call the roll?
Renata?
Yes.
Freeman?
Yes.
Frager?
Yes.
Tillis?
Yes.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Hill, we'll be in executive session for a few moments to discuss confidential matters.
Yes, ma'am.
right, we're back. I need to get a motion to go back into regular session.
I make a motion to go back into regular session.
We have a motion by Mr. Freeman, a second.
Second.
By Mrs. Stapleton.
Yes.
Is there any objection to the motion? I don't see any, I don't hear any, so we're back in regular session. It's 1:00. Mr. Hill, I think that, we are ready to vote, and we're gonna ask Mr. Tillis for his vote first.
Mr. Hill, gonna recommend to, commute to 99 years and, ask the governor to release.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Mrs. Stapleton.
Yeah, I concur. Oh, you need to take them?
Go ahead.
Okay. Concur with Mr. Tillis. There is a lack of victim opposition. I couldn't see anything. And then also noted all the changes that you've made while you've been in prison for the past 35 years, and your programs, but also your positive influence on everyone. So I agree with commute to 99 years with immediate parole eligibility.
Mr. Prater.
Concur. That's the only conviction on the record. You've taken great classes. You've done a great job. I know you helped out a lot during COVID and stuff like that. My vote is also to commute to 99 years with immediate parole eligibility.
And Mr. Hill, I agree. You've got, as your attorney has said, a very consistent record for decades. You've done a lot of community service work to help others. I appreciate the work you did with the COVID team. So on your behalf, once again, we're going to make a favorable recommendation to the governor that your sentence be commuted and you be immediately parole eligible. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, you all.
All right, good afternoon. Where's Mr. Thompson?
Now you can come here.
Well, we almost started without you, sir.
I'm sorry.
Tell us your name and DOC number.
Kennedy Thompson, 111476.
All right, Mr. Thompson, and you have counsel with you this afternoon. Ms. Adger, would you introduce yourself for the record?
Allison Adger, representing Kennedy Thompson.
And we also have Ms. Cameron there with you, I believe. Good afternoon.
Hi, Ms. Renata.
So before we get started, Mr. Thompson, we have quite a few people I see there with you at Angola. We have some folks here with us in Baton Rouge, and we also have some on Zoom. So that you'll know everyone who's here, I'm just going to read through the list. Terry Pierce, we have Ron Hicks, Vivian Fields, Balvin Edwards, Ora Shaw was joining us by Zoom. We've not been able to get in touch with her. Daryl Waters is here, JC Matthews, Lorraine, and with you, we have Lorraine Brooks, David Brooks, Keosha Banks, Raylan Williams, Haley Green, Vanessa Mark, Annette Barrow, Nikisha Webb, Jeffrey Bell, Garrett Tutson, Alice, and your attorneys, and Jamira Riley. Let me just read some identifying information into the record, Mr. Thompson, then we'll get your statement. We'll hear from the folks who want to speak on your behalf. Then we'll hear from your attorney, and then we'll start our interview with you. All right, Brett? So, Mr. Thompson, you're seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in East Baton Rouge Parish in September 1985 for conviction, second-degree murder and armed robbery. You received a life sentence plus 99 years. Life on the second-degree murder, 99 years on the armed robbery. Is that information correct, Mr. Thompson?
Yes, ma'am. This is running concurrent.
Okay. We'd like to hear your statement, sir. Tell us what you would like us to know and why you believe we should vote favorably for you today.
Well, years ago, when I committed the crime, I was young and mature and trying to be grown too fast. Maybe a few months before I had sold Mr. Shaw a lawnmower, and Mr. Shaw, he knew us from the neighborhood. I've been knowing him my whole life. And I just felt a lot of pressure came on me after I started having bills. And instead of me confirming to the fact of going to my mother and father and asking them for help, I just was trying to be grown too fast. So I got with a neighborhood friend of mine, and we devised a plan, say, well, we'll just kind of rob Mr. Joe. We was definitely not trying to hurt Mr. Joe or kill him, because we had been knowing him all our life. I just made a very bad decision instead of just confirming to the way I grew up. And basically, you know, I had to live with it. When I heard Mr. Joe had died, maybe a month or so afterwards, it weighed on me, because I definitely wasn't trying to kill Mr. Joe. It just hurted me. And, you know, all these years I have to live with it. And it just, you know, it just was a very, very bad choice that I made this particular day. And if I could go back and just rethink it or confirm to the way I grew up, you know, because I hurt a lot of people, you know, I hurt my community, my parents, and it was just painful for me. All these years I had to deal with it. So basically, that's what happened, you know, leading up to the crime. Just feeling pressured.
Tell us why you think, since you've been, you know, what have you done? Why do you believe that we should vote for you today?
Well, since I've been in prison, I've took all the self-help classes that I've took. I have a passion for these younger youths, because when I came to prison was rough when I got here. And as I grew older and matured, I had a passion to try to help these younger guys coming in. What I do is the commissioner of the Summer League basketball, that's one of my favorites. And this is how I get them together to be able to preach the gospel to them first and foremost. And I've been doing this honor class. I started an honor class. I left Camp F, went to Camp D. They had a lot going on. So I wanted to go where they was at, because at Camp F, they don't really have young guys. So I wanted to go to Camp D to start that honor class to be able to help them and, be like a mentor to them. And where they can, because when I came to prison, they didn't have that. They wasn't trying to mentor you here when I got here. They was basically trying to take advantage of younger guys. So that's what I love doing. And I've, every kind of class, self-help, it has really benefited me, these classes that I've taken. But if I'm get a favorable recommendation or whatever, I'm gonna boldly go to the street and make the transition to help these young guys and share my story with them. Like one bad choice could cost you your life. It could cost you someone else's life and destroy your family. So I want to always be able to share that, my experience with them, because basically all I have being here since I was a kid. So basically that's what I love doing.
All right, good, thank you. Ornambo, can you give us any information about Mr. Thompson?
Yes, Mr. Thompson is a minimum A trustee assigned to MAG 1. He works as a groundkeeper. He has a total of 113 DD reports. Last report was on September 12, 2015. He has participated in anger management, 100-hour pre-release, substance abuse, thanking for a change, victim awareness, Tapuco, Moral Compass, Malachi Dad, and he also participated in 12 steps. He also mentioned the honor program that he facilitates. He also participated in our driver's license class and has obtained a driver's license. He has great work ethics and he's respectable and cooperative among staff.
Thank you. Did Ms. Shaw join? We didn't put it there. For the record, we had Aura Shaw, who did register this morning. That is the victim's daughter. Was going to participate by Zoom, wanted to speak. We've not been able to reach her, but she is unopposed to relief from Mr. Thompson. So we'll move on to Mr. Darrell Waters.
Good afternoon, distinguished members of the board. Thank you for allowing me to have the opportunity to speak in support of Kennedy Thompson. I've known Kennedy Thompson for several years. I was there with him, served as one of his pastors along with Pastor Hicks. And we were able to observe, I was able to observe more specifically Kennedy's spiritual development. He attended church, he was an avid church goer. He didn't just attend, though. He was always asking us to afford him opportunities to become actively involved. He was always interested, as he said, in youth. I would always see him talking to young guys, trying to counsel them, trying to encourage them, trying to save them from the horrible experience that he had when he first entered the system at a young age. I've also known that Kennedy has always exhibited impeccable character. He's been, as I would call, a grown man. When I met him, he's soft-spoken, very mild-mannered, and kind. So that is the Kennedy Thompson whom I know. Also, I'm here in capacity of the program associate for the Visiting Room Project. We have Kennedy's interview in our archive. And so if you would be so kind as to extend this mercy to him and give him an opportunity, then the Visiting Room Project would afford him opportunities to be able to travel statewide and nationally to share his story. And also, be able to speak and be able to, like law students as I do, speak to others in various communities, be able to engage communities and do the work that he's so passionate about, and that is interacting with youth. So if he's given an opportunity, as I said, he will help and support, of course, from his family, support from the Parole Project, and also support from the Visiting Room Project. So we would definitely love to have him. Since he was incarcerated at such a young age, we know that his story would be very appealing to young men and women who are actually struggling with a lot of choices in life. So I just thank you so much for this opportunity to speak on behalf of this good man. My being worthy of another opportunity. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Brooks? Lorraine Brooks, I think she's there at Angola.
You can stay right there.
You can stay right there, they can hear you, see from there.
Good evening. My name is Lorraine Brooks, and I'm here on behalf of my brother Kennedy Thompson. I have been coming here to Angola for over 40 years, and I have been seeing a change in him. He loved kids, he loved his family, and he loved educating the youth here in Angola. And I know he would do the same if you would give him or allow him to come home. And I know he'll do the same in the community. Thank you for letting me have this opportunity to speak on Kenny Wayne's behalf.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you for your support all these years. Now, I do have a packet from the Parole Project. I see Mr. Blake. Is there anything the Parole Project wants to say, Mr. Channing?
Good afternoon to the Honorable Board. Channing Blake here appearing on behalf of Kennedy Thompson and the Louisiana Parole Project. Just wanted to echo the sentiments of so many that he's done, that he has family support, that he has vocational programming. He's a basketball coach. He's done Malachi Dads. And we just want to know that if the board deems him a favorable recommendation today, he'll get transitional housing from us along with the programs. He will also have a re-entry specialist assigned to him as a mentor. And so based on his record and his rehabilitation, we ask that you all grant him a favorable recommendation today. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. So now I'm going to turn it over to your attorney, Mr. Thompson. Ms. Adger.
Good afternoon. My name is Allison Adger, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to represent and speak on behalf of Kennedy Thompson this afternoon. Kennedy was only 19 when he made the worst mistake of his life. This mistake would ultimately take two fathers from their families. At just 19, with two young sons and without a job, Kennedy was desperate for a way to provide for his family. In devising a plan to rob Mr. Shaw, Kennedy was adamant that they would not harm him. But as you heard him tell you, he hit Mr. Shaw harder than he thought, causing a brain injury that led to his death. This mistake took Joseph Shaw's life and took him away from his family, from his daughter. Kennedy was arrested soon after, taking his two young sons' father away from him as well. Kennedy has spent 42 years bearing the weight of that decision and the pain that it has caused the Shaw family and his own family. Kennedy came to Angola as a young man who had never been in any kind of trouble and had no criminal record. He was suddenly surrounded by older, bigger, tougher men who had been in the system for years. He entered this prison at a time when violence was rampant and rehabilitative programs did not yet exist. Without good influences or anyone looking out for him, Kennedy felt like he had to project toughness and a persona that could not be taken advantage of. This led to a series of disciplinary infractions. As time passed, Kennedy grew and he adjusted to his life here. He felt the Lord changing his heart and he got tired of doing things his own way. He began seeking out classes that could assist him in his mission to become a better person. To date, Kennedy has received over 30 self-help, educational, and vocational certificates, as well as nearly a dozen certificates from religious courses. Kennedy has now been right up free for 10 years. His disciplinary record reflects his immaturity and the need to survive as a young man, but more importantly, it reflects the growth of a man who has matured and no longer causes trouble. You heard Warden Ambo highlight the classes that he's taken. I just add as well, he's completed victim awareness, thinking for a change, anger management, living in balance, and Malachi Dads. But in addition to programs, a large part of Kennedy's rehabilitation has been service to the community around him. Kennedy has participated in the PAWS program, training service dogs to assist veterans with PTSD, traumatic brain injuries, and other military-related trauma. But Kennedy's biggest ministry and service has been using his own story and his own experience to make a positive change to the young men coming into the prison behind him. Knowing he let negative influences impact his mindset and behavior early on, he now strives to be the guiding influence he wished he had when he first arrived here. Kennedy started by commissioning a summer basketball league for the younger inmates. He understood the value that sports can have as an outlet to stay away from trouble and as a way to bring young men into community and mentorship and ultimately the gospel. He then used himself as an example to encourage them that there's a better way to do their time than he did in the beginning. This ultimately led to Kennedy starting the honor program, which you heard him mention. This is a 6-week program that redirects men in the system toward productivity by instilling in them the characteristics of honor. Kennedy has graduated 2 classes from this program, and the stack of letters sent in by his students speak of the impact that he's had on the men that he mentors. His students describe the way that he sought out new guys who were struggling to adjust to the prison environment and help put them on a positive path towards their own growth. And it's the same type of mentorship that Kennedy hopes to bring to his community if he is recommended clemency and ultimately released. While he has likely prevented dozens of men from a path of disobedience and trouble while incarcerated, on the outside, he hopes to prevent more young men from making a catastrophic decision that could land them in prison in the first place. Kennedy's reentry plan includes transitioning through the parole project, as you heard. He then plans to live with his sister Lorraine here in Baton Rouge. Much of Kennedy's family, who you see here today behind him, his grandchildren, nieces, nephews, cousins, and friends also live in Baton Rouge and are committed to supporting him when released. Kennedy has a job offer from Contemporary Energy Solutions. He also has amassed an array of job skills during his time at Angola, from dog training to beautification. He hopes to one day set up a business driving box trucks or cutting grass with his dog Champ by his side. And most importantly, Kennedy plans to use every opportunity if released to share his story and prevent young men from making the same mistake that he did. Kennedy has connections with multiple churches and ministries who have expressed interest in having him perform speaking engagements. Kennedy also has a dream of opening a rec center in his community that will provide sports and mentorship as a haven from bad influences that often lead to trouble. Kennedy knows that he will never be able to make up for the pain and loss his actions caused 42 years ago. That's the same for any transgression we make in this life. And the best that we can hope for is to share the lessons that we've learned to prevent others from making the same mistakes. Kennedy hopes that sharing his story and mentoring young men can prevent them from ever causing that same harm and loss to another family. We humbly ask that you find the work that Kennedy has done during his incarceration demonstrates growth, redemption, and shows that he is ready and able to be a successful contributing member of society. And we ask that you recommend Kennedy Thompson for clemency. Thank you.
Thank you. Very well done. Thank you. Lots of good information. All right. Mr. Thompson, your case was assigned to Mr. Freeman. I'm going to turn it over to him.
Okay, Mr. Thompson, most of my questions have already been answered during the interview. Your lawyer did a great job and your family has spoken well. The victim, who stated she was on a post, stated that she just wanted you to have a good transition plan, and I don't think there's any better than the parole project. It's probably about the best we have to offer in Louisiana. You have done a lot of community service while you've been in prison and taken numerous classes. What changed in 2015? You haven't had a write-up since 2015. What changed in your life at that time?
At the time, I got more closer to God. When I found God, I was always seeking God. I was always seeking Him. It took a hold of me, and just being in prison for so long, and I watched my parents You know, my mother was getting older, I was getting older, my children, grandchildren, everything. And I just started growing. I started growing and knowing that I needed to just be more, be a better father, a better son, a better grandfather. And I needed to try to just be a better person. So basically, you know, I just grew up over the years, you know, in prison. Basically, that's what it was. And having God in my life, once I started living, you know, for Jesus, it just, you know, he renewed my mind and changed my heart and just made me, you know, the man that I am today, you know. I wouldn't have been this man more than likely if I wouldn't have been in prison all these years. It's just a lot of hardship and pain through the years.
And how old were you when you got to prison?
I was 20 when I made it to Angola. I was 18 when the crime happened, but I was 20 years old when I made it to Angola.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Any questions?
No more questions.
All right. Well, everybody did a good job. We have no more questions, so I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Freeman.
Okay, with no victim opposition and a great transition plan, it is my vote today to grant commute to 99 years with immediate parole eligibility.
Mr. Tillis.
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Mrs. Stapleton.
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
And Mr. Prater.
I concur with Mr. Tillis.
And Mr. Thompson, I agree with my colleagues. You have definitely demonstrated both in maturity and I agree with you. I think prison probably saved your life, but we'll make a recommendation on your behalf to the governor that your sentence be commuted to 99 years with immediate parole eligibility. Wish you well.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank all of y'all. Thank the board. Thank you, ma'am.
Have a nice day.
Have a good day. Thank Jesus.
Board member, that concludes our business at your facility. We're going to sign off at 1:28.
All right, thank y'all.
Thank y'all.
All right, so, sir, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your, current mailing address.
Washington, 7016 Hoover Avenue.
Baton Rouge?
Baton Rouge.
What's your zip? Your zip code?
70812.
Okay, great. And so, let me acknowledge your family that's here with you. We have, your wife, Miss Lena Chenier, your sister, Vicki Porter, and your coworker, Mr. Bruce Miles. So, Mr. Chenier, I have you listed as having an attorney. You didn't expect a lawyer with you today?
I had a attorney, but he ran for judge and won.
She won, yeah.
It just kind of like.
Okay. Okay, so you're ready to proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you're here seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms? Yes, go ahead.
That day. Yes, ma'am. Get off the road.
So you're seeking like a really, a commutation of your sentence?
Yes, ma'am.
Or a pardon, which is it? So let me just read some identifying information and we'll talk about what you're really asking for. So you were sentenced in East Baton Rouge Parish for, as a habitual offender for armed robbery and theft. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you, were paroled in 2009 and you have a good time date in 2029 and your full term date is 2074. And but you are currently on, are you on suspended status with your parole supervision?
Yeah, I'm supervised.
And you've had previous, I guess while you were still incarcerated, previous applications for clemency and did receive some favorable recommendations.
Yes, ma'am.
So you're wanting, I guess you're wanting a pardon
Yes, ma'am.
because you don't want the felony listed on your record because you're trying to travel overseas?
Yeah, but we want to go on a cruise, and then if you don't want to go without me.
Right, but you can't have the felony record on your cruise,
Right,
is that what you're saying? Okay, so you're seeking a pardon.
You can have a felony record on a cruise?
Then you can't go.
No, I think you can because we've authorized some travel.
Yeah, we've given travel permits.
Your officer did? Who told you? Who told you you couldn't go?
People that say you couldn't go. I never went to the road office, I just went from what the people were saying.
Oh, people told you you
Yes,
couldn't go.
ma'am.
Yeah, you can. You can. Yes. You have to get special permission. You have to get a travel permit from us to be able to do that kind of travel. So, and sometimes now it's limited depending on your crime, but we'll go ahead and proceed today. So you tell us, I think we might have just went over it about why you want to, why you submitted your application. So I'm gonna just, we'd like to hear from your family. How about Miss Lena? Could we hear from you? You want to go stand up next to him and then tell us what you'd like us to know about your husband?
Okay, I am Lena Chenier. I just want to say, please, y'all listen. But Roy and I met in 2009. He has been great. He's been a great husband. And a stepdad to my daughters. I have 2 daughters and 2 grandchildren. He's been great on that end. As far as taking care of my home, he's been great with that. You know, new fence and the window, new shutter, just everything. I also don't want to close. But no, really though, I lost my brother about 4 years ago. And him and Roy, they were close, him and my uncle were close, I love my uncle as well. But since I lost those 2 men, Roy is like the only person I have left to hold on to besides my grandson. He's not the one, besides my grandson. But no, you know, Roy and I, we've been through a lot. We've been through a lot with those there. But I just want that relief. He'll be so relieved.
so relieved. I would be relieved for him. Okay? But no, he's been great. He's been great. So I'm asking you just please pardon me. Okay. Just really consider pardon me. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Miles, what would you like to say? Yes, it is. I'm sure it is.
Let me just say this. I think the introduction was CORE, but let me explain the things I can how the CORE came to be between this guy and me. He works at Paul Davis Funeral Homes and Mausoleum. Well, back in 2017, my mother passed, and we put her in that mausoleum. And that's how, shortly thereafter, I met Roy. And being self-employed, I've been blessed to be self-employed for some 35 years. I saw an opportunity to do a little volunteer work. So this guy and myself did all of the work at the mausoleum, basically. And when I volunteer for jobs, it's normally on a short time basis because I like to move around. But the reason why I stayed there for some 7.5 to 8 years was because of this guy. I saw his work ethic. I saw how he never complained about what he was asked to do. And I said, I kind of like that. I don't mind helping. And then when I found out about his background, I couldn't believe it. That time, and now you're doing this. That was amazing. So, not to go into much detail, but that's how we came. So when you say co-workers, I don't actually work for Paul Davis. I never had. But I spent the 7.5, 8 years at that mausoleum to help this guy. And he's not a better person than you could be around. So I appreciate you guys giving me time to speak on behalf. I watched, if you didn't know that he was incarcerated, you never would have known. Because of the way he talks, because of the way his interactions, he had to tell me his background. Then I thought he was lying. So anyway, thank you so much for I don't think I overdid my treatment. Thank you guys so much. Thank you.
So let me just provide a little clarification. We do have guidelines for international travel, which the cruise would be. And because of your armed robbery conviction, we don't consider armed robbery or other weapons related offenses for travel permits for that type of travel. So this is the right, that is if you're on active supervision. Okay. So I guess what you're seeking is a reduction in your sentence. You are seeking a reduction in the term of your sentence. All right, so your case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis?
You doing? Mr. Roy, I went through your, what kind of work do you do?
I work at Holiday Funeral Homes. I had the opportunity because I didn't want to work for them at first, but I was scared. When I had to make my decision of going back to prison and working for home, I took work for home. I've been working for home now for 16 years, and I pick up bodies and get them out the house. I do whatever they ask me to do because I can work in prison. I can work here and get a check. Prison ain't giving me 4 cents.
You don't look like
you
don't look like a funeral guy, but your wife said you follow instructions. You cook too?
You? She cooks.
Okay.
No good.
Okay, I have no more questions.
I really don't have any questions. It looks like you've done well with your life outside of prison.
I'm doing my best. I got people to go home. I'm doing business fund. I can get a fund job. They told me some things, I learned some lot of stuff from my boss lady, and my wife and him, because they showed me a lot when I got out. And when they told me about credit score, my boss man, he signed for my first class. You know, like I bought one or two, my money out, I saved my money, knowing I might never get out. I bought my first car, I shot them. $2,000. Okay, and he signed for me a truck. So after a few years, when nothing, and ex-inmate told me about the credit score. So I said, credit. I had to learn what that was. So I worked and worked. I kept my credit score, and everybody bragging about it. Today, my credit score still 87.
Good for you.
And I keep it up.
That's great.
This is how I can be like a millionaire.
That's true.
I took the company and buy a truck, my last truck, 102,000. And the man said, all depending on your credit. I said, I got good credit. But they were looking at me not to have good credit. I got good credit and I got a good job. And I bought a truck. I had like 5 years.
Well, let's talk about your crime. I mean, you're doing great, but what about your crime? What did you do?
Peer pressure. And I'm sorry for that mistake, and I never make a mistake again.
How many mistakes?
I made 2 mistakes before I got in trouble. But I learned from prison, because prison was like a blessing. You know, some people go to prison, maybe not learn when they get out. I learned a lot. Everything I brought to the street, I basically learned in prison. But I didn't. I made a mistake. I'm sorry for all the people that I made that point. And you never have to look on me doing that again. But this outside life, to me, it's great. I'm telling you now, it's great. I don't never want to go back in. I try to talk to people also when they commit crime. Out here, getting on the wrong track, I let them know that in 34 years of my life, don't make the same mistakes I do. Get a job, work for what you want, and stay out. Because this is what's war out here. You know out here, this is what's war. And a lot of people making mistakes. And the mistake they make might cost them the rest of their life in prison, maybe cost me 34 years. And I asked this board to give me an opportunity, not to be on this parole or whatever, to be free, and you'll never have to work on it. And also, I like to go back to prison and talk to people too, to minister to them what I can do. I want to do whatever I can do for people to help them through this.
So how much time did you serve in prison?
34 years.
34 years. And how long so you've been out how long?
16 years.
And how long have you been on unsupervised supervision?
It's been it might have, I know it.
At least 6 years?
I say at least for 8 years.
I would say at least 6. And did you work the juvenile awareness program?
Yes, ma'am. I worked in the juvenile awareness program. I even had a little something on there. We talked to the kids up there. And I did great with that. And that's why I learned a lot of stuff. Juvenile awareness program and programs in prison. They work. Only thing I didn't do in prison is got trade. But I got a trade after I got out, but that locked me in at the funeral home, which is great, because I never have to worry about work, and they never show me work.
Well, that's true. All right, Mr. Chenier, I don't see any other questions. Ready to vote, Mr. Tiller?
We're voting for the.
I'm doing executive session.
Okay. I move that we go into executive session.
Second.
We have a motion and second for executive session. Can you call the roll?
Alonzo,
Yes.
Freeman,
Yes.
Craig,
Yes.
Dennis,
Yes.
Bateson.
Yes.
All right. Stand by. We're going to be right back. We have to discuss some confidential matters. Motion by Mr. Taylor,
Second.
second by Ms. Stapleton. Any objection? All right, it's 1:49. We're back in regular session, and Mr. Chienier, we're ready to vote. Mr. Tillis will be voting first.
My vote is to commute to 50 years with immediate parole.
Immediate discharge.
I'm sorry, immediate parole.
Mrs.
Eligible. Okay.
I concur with Mr. Tillis, and we didn't have any victim opposition, and some of the law enforcement, there was no comment. So basically no opposition, but for one, Baton City Police, so. That's
Mr. Prater,
I concur.
Mr. Freeman,
I concur.
and I agree. You've done well on supervision. You're on unsupervised, have been for 16 years. So we're going to make the recommendation to the governor that your sentence be commuted to 50 years, which is the time you served 36, you've been on, or 34, you've done 16, so that's 50 years. So your sentence, if he signs it, your sentence will be done.
Appreciate it. Thank you, John. You don't sign and continue to do what I'm doing now.
Good.
That's good.
Tell us your name and your current mailing address.
My name is
Mailing address.
Okay, my name is John Mayer, my current mailing address is 231 Dale Road. Apartment 7106, Bridgeport, Louisiana, 70530.
Okay, great, thank you. So you're here today seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms.
Yes, ma'am.
You were sentenced in the 15th Judicial District, Lafayette Parish in May 2019. Simple battery, domestic abuse, child endangerment. You received a 6 months parish jail sentence that was suspended. You were placed on 12 months probation. Is that correct?
I
Okay.
pled down to a simple value from.
Okay. So, your case this afternoon has been assigned to Mr. Prater. I'm just turning it over to him.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Meyer, we're talking today about a 2017 misdemeanor conviction, right? Is that correct? Where you were supposed to have gotten into it with your wife and your 14-year-old son?
Yes, my son actually came to me with a knife. I defended myself and the police officer arrested me.
Okay, let's cut to the chase. Usually what we do on these things is we like to hear both sides, and of course, are you and your son, are y'all get along good now?
Get along beautifully. Yeah, actually, he lives with me and I actually have a power of attorney with him too.
And you didn't feel like you ought to bring him?
No, I didn't feel it was needed. He doesn't even, believe it or not, I talked about this a month ago, he doesn't even remember the incident. And my ex-wife actually has passed away, so.
When did she pass away?
Passed away September 9th of 2023.
Okay, because we had a 2022 statement from her and from your son. Okay. Now tell me about the incident, because usually when there's any kind of violence involved, we try not to do we stay away from hard. They're hard to get. It's not something it's not a blanket deal that somebody apply for one come up here and we just grant it because we're in a good mood at the end of the day. It sounded like to me that you went off on your wife and your 14-year-old son because he was doing something and you end up biting your son. That's what the report said.
In my version of it, he came in with a knife, and that is true. And in self-defense, I did it, which was a bad thing to do. I overreacted. It was a bad thing to do at that time.
Did you? Okay. It's hard when we don't have the ex-wife here. Are you currently married?
No.
Have you been married since then?
No.
Were the police ever called to your house prior to this 2017 deal?
They were called several times, actually from my son. That was that, and that evidence was presented in court, which is why we dropped it down to the 7th.
And what is your purpose of wanting this pardon?
I just want the restoration of firearms back. I'm involved in a lot of things, so I'm actually on the Veterans Court project for the Museum Department of Veterans Affairs. I'm also the mentor opposed to the U.S. Marine Corps Recruiting District. I'm involved in a lot of veterans organizations, of course, because I'm a veteran. So I've done a lot since that time. And my son and I have lived together for almost 2 years now, since my ex-wife's death. And as I said before, we get along.
You and your son do now?
Yes.
Because let me read something right quick. Just bear with me. Are you aware that your ex-wife was adamantly opposed to this before her death?
No, I was not, we never spoke. We never spoke.
She was still fearful, and I'm looking for the son's statement. And I don't want to cause any problems between you and your son now, for sure, but
Can I ask the question?
do what?
Can I ask the question?
Yes, sir.
I wanted to ask the question.
Go ahead. Yes.
You and your son got into an argument.
Yeah, they are in 2017, yes.
So he got angry and pulled a knife on you? I see. And that's all you did was bid him?
I bid him in self-defense in a melee, I was trying to restrain him. At that time, I realized this afterwards. Unfortunately, the marriage is very toxic. So, my ex-wife was in my layman's terms committing what I call domestic abuse by proxy. She was getting my son to physically attack me constantly. There could be several reasons for that, we don't know. But that was the last incident we had. What's interesting, between the time of that incident and the time she died, my son, if he was here, would tell you, he kept trying to come back to me and kept trying to establish a relationship. So my son, that's why my son and I are getting along so well. Because I think he realized what his mother was trying to get him to do. And I just married the wrong woman. That's really what it comes down to. And unfortunately, I made the mistake of overreacting. Yeah, so that's really all it is. And no, I don't plan on getting married yet.
Okay, I don't have any other.
So did you kick your son?
No.
And then how did he get the busted lip? Was that when you tackled him?
It must have been when I tried to restrain him. We had an instance past where he got very violent, and I had to physically what I call therapy.
Does he have mental illness problems? Is that what you're saying? I mean, why would y'all be that
I
violent?
think at the time, I think he did have some issues. He was on ADHD medicine, and I think that was causing the side effect. But again, that's another reason why I have power attorney on him, is because he cannot manage his finances well, and he's really 22 at the age of 15. He still is behind the times of the business. So I not only manage his finances, I help him with his car, I help him with his jobs. Matter of fact, I'm trying to get him a better job now.
So how long has he lived with you? You said 2 years?
Pardon?
How long has he lived with you?
He lived with me, well, since he asked like.
Since her passing? So at that time, he was living with her.
Yes.
And so you talked about, you reacted poorly during this whole situation. What happened after?
Afterwards, because of the fact that I had no contact with.
Did you pay child support for your son at the time? Why is that?
According to what I was told by her attorney, who's down by her, she got me to pay child support because she wanted me to have visitation with the kids.
She didn't want, you didn't pay because she didn't want you to be able to visit. Is that what you just said?
Yeah, she didn't want me to pay child support, because if I pay child support, we would have visitation with the kids.
And so you didn't have visitation?
This was also a case of going to alienation. So she was alienated with kids even before the marriage.
Okay.
Again, it was just I didn't pay the child support, not that I didn't want to, I kept asking my attorney, her attorney, when we pay child support, I'd be happy to do it, and she never even called me.
Okay. Any other questions?
Well, I just noticed that the police say that they did see evidence of the injuries on the son, and none of the injuries that you claimed that he made on you, they didn't see any evidence of that. And then there was another statement that that you threatened to gut him with a knife before you were going to the kitchen to get a knife.
That was nice.
And that was, you know, also that you kicked him in the ribs and stuff like that. So, I mean, and you bit him. So it said that you bit your son on the arm and also kicked him in the ribs after he stood up. And it was your wife saying that you threatened to gut him with a knife before going into the kitchen because he had been disrespectful to his parents.
That, the biting, yes, is true. The
Okay,
kicking the ribs and getting with the knife.
all right.
That was me.
So did y'all separate after that, after the
Oh, yes.
protective order? That was it for y'all? Got a divorce?
Yeah, we got divorced, 6 months ago.
Okay.
All right, I don't see any other questions. We're prepared to vote. Mr. Brandon.
Yes, sir. Let's see, Mr. Meyer, my vote is today, and you got, my vote's inconsequential. I can be overridden, but my vote is to deny this for now. I'd like to see at least 10 years go by. There's some reason you pled to something, and sometimes a story has more blanks in it than it does in words. And that's where I find myself right now. I just don't feel comfortable voting for this. So my vote is to deny the pardon today.
Mr. Freeman.
I also like a 10 years cleansing period, and there has not been a cleansing period. Plus, I really wish you'd have had your son here to speak today. But with the information I have today, I also don't feel comfortable in my votes to deny.
Mr. Tillers.
My vote's to grant.
Pardon with restoration.
Yes.
Mrs. Stapleton.
My vote is to deny because I'm very concerned about the domestic violence with child endangerment. And the accusations of how you reacted to him and seems to be how you still think it's a common way to handle whatever he's going through. I don't know what it is. I agree with Mr. Operator. I wish he was here himself. So my vote is to deny.
And I do also vote to deny, Mr. Meyer. I'd like to see the 10-year cleansing period, even though it's you pled to a misdemeanor offense, the firearm is prohibited because of the nature of the offense. So I'd like to see a 10-year cleansing period. So you've received 4 votes to deny your application today, sir. It's been denied today. All right, good afternoon, Ms. Bastion.
Good afternoon.
Sorry for your long wait, but would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your current mailing address.
My name is Michelle Renee Bastion, and I currently reside at 2314 Kali Saloon Road, Lafayette, Louisiana, 70508.
Okay, thank you. And you're here today seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced, Iberia Parish, in April 2008 for, excuse me, 2 counts of forgery. You received a 5-year hard labor sentence on each count, and that was suspended, and you were placed on 5 years supervised probation. Is that correct?
Ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So, Ms. Bastion, tell us today why are you seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms, and what got you into this type of trouble?
So, some years ago, actually, the actual crime I committed was in 2004. I was just in a different place in my life. I was in a difficult relationship, and I made decisions to do things that were asked of me. I did them. I signed my name to 2 checks that did not belong to me and deposited in my account. And I took responsibility. I did pay those checks back to the victims. That was my only time ever committing a crime of such nature. During that time, I did have a misdemeanor as well for writing a bad check. Turned my life around as far as the relationship I was in, and, started working. And since then have worked. I gained my state of Louisiana insurance license. I now have 5 licenses in the state of Louisiana and several other states. I've just been working, raising my kids, and I wanted to, first of all, have the bad scar on my life because it happened to me just at a difficult time, and I've moved past that and I've changed my life. And I also wanted to be able to have a firearm if I felt that I needed to have one, because I am a single woman and I live alone. And if I needed to have that protection, my children suggested that I have that protection, but I don't have the legal rights as far as I know. I received the automatic first time offender, but I didn't think I had the right to have guns. So I was, seeking to make sure of that, just because of personal protection reasons, because I am a single woman and live alone. And, I've been waiting a few years. I applied a few years back and I haven't gotten in trouble. And I've just been, a pretty good citizen. And I kind of just want to continue on that route. I want to get my notary license and integrate it with my insurance. And I just want to not have that stain on me when my day does come and my kids have to read my obituary. I don't want to be a criminal.
Okay. All right. This afternoon, the case has been assigned to Mrs. Stapleton, so answer her questions, please.
I think we've covered a lot of it. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ask, what does this have to do with the notary license? Would it prevent you from getting one if you've got a
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You can't get a notary license. I do have a first-time offender pardon, but they told me I had to actually have a pardon from the, clemency board, from the governor, like I guess a governor's pardon, in order to apply for it and take the class. So
I'm sorry. Continue. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah. So basically, they told me I needed to go through this process in order to even apply for it. I wouldn't even be considered. You have to have. Yeah.
Okay, so that's why it's important to you. All right, well, I notice here that the victims' impact statements, they're not opposed. You made restitution and you haven't gotten into any trouble since, and it's been right at 20 years ago since the last one, 2007. And
Yes.
And I understand how you would want it to be removed so that you can move forward with your life. And you made restitution and the victims are okay. And it's been 20 years, so I don't have any further questions.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, ready for the vote? Go ahead.
Okay, today I'm gonna vote to, for a pardon with restoration of the firearms because you are a single woman. You didn't have a violent crime, and that would certainly have made me vote no on that. But so today, pardon with restoration of firearms.
Mr. Frater,
I concur.
Mr. Freeman,
I concur.
Mr. Tillis.
I concur.
And I do as well. So on your behalf, we're going to make the recommendation to the governor for a pardon with restoration of firearms. Good luck to you, ma'am.
Thank you guys so much. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your current mailing address.
Alonzo Taylor at 675 Wooddale Boulevard,
That's in Baton Rouge,
Baton Rouge, Louisiana,
and your zip.
70806.
Okay, great. So, and you are represented by counsel this afternoon. Counsel, would you introduce yourself for the record?
Yes, Attorney Rhett Spanley.
All right, and we also have joining us by Zoom, Zach Hawkins, who wants to say a few words, and we'll call on him at the appropriate time to do so. First, Mr. Taylor, you're here today seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in East Baton Rouge Parish in, let's see, 1978 to 5 years hard labor for an armed robbery conviction. Is that information correct?
Actually, 1974.
1974, okay.
Yeah, he was out in 78.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. So Mr. Taylor, tell us, why are you seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms, and how did you get involved in that kind of trouble?
Can you repeat that? I couldn't hear you. It's kind of low.
Yes, sir. Tell us why you're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms, and how did you get yourself involved in that kind of trouble?
Well, I got involved, I guess, with well, from high school. I had some a lot of trouble in my school. You know, like I said, I was the only boy. I had 5 sisters, and man, they used to, you know, I used bullied a lot in school. They used to beat me up and do all kind of stuff to me. And the only way I figured out how to get out of it was that I wind up defriending the people that used to beat me up all the time. You know, and after that became kind of good friends. But you know, this idea of working one day, I used to work, and I used to work at Bob and Jake, got off, and I wound up into this with them, but kind of nervous. I don't know what to say. But
What did you do? We do know you got co-defendants, but what did you do?
I didn't do nothing. I drove. I was a driver of the car.
All right. And why are you seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms?
Well, I was trying to do that because ever since then, since I've grown up, I've gotten out and I do everything, trying to do everything right. I buy houses sometimes, I work on houses, and I do a lot of work on rental properties on my own at night by myself. And I have been attempted to be robbed a couple of times. One of the times it was just lucky enough, I was just at the front door when they came up and pulled guns on me. And I was able to close the door on it. And it happened a second time, you know, and this is why I kind of wanted it, because just to work on the properties I work on at night. And I had a friend who I was trying to help out, and he did the same, you know, had him helping me to do work. Then finally he wound up getting killed in a separate incident, got trapped in the house corner with another guy, but they got into it and he got killed. And this is the only reason why I was trying to get something just to protect myself when I'm working by myself at night, because I work by myself. I don't mess with people no more after this incident. You know, I try to work with kids. I work with kids all the time. Like I get some of the younger kids, even some of my tenants kids. I get them out there, I help them. I teach them how to change the locks. I teach them how to do stuff, you know, on a house. But some of them, they bring other friends, and I see some of them got a look where they're going to try to do something. And I know eventually, sooner or later, it's going to be a time where somebody going to try something. I had one of them, I think, attempted to try and do something to me one time. I had helping, but I was able to talk him out of it before, and I just let it go. But that's just why I'm trying to do that.
Okay. Well, Mr. Spano, what would you like us to know about Mr. Taylor?
Yes, thank you so much. So Mr. Taylor was 20 years old when this robbery occurred, and I'm going to kind of fill in some of the blanks. He's really nervous about this. So he was working, I think, at a restaurant, and as he had said, he explained to me, he was bullied in school, and I think he thought in his mind, if he did something with these guys, which it turned out was an armed robbery, people may see him differently, treat him differently. I think that was kind of part of his thinking. As I explained to him, driver, holding the gun, sitting in the back seat, none of that really matters when you committing a crime with someone. And he does understand that. His memory of that event 52 years ago now is not super clear, but he does, recall, them driving around and pulling over and those guys getting out. I think one of them had a gun. He doesn't remember which. And he ended up serving 5 years for that, or getting sentenced for 5 years. I think he got out a little shortly less than 5 years. And at that point, he was, in his mid-20s, and he started working. And he's a hard worker. He's worked very hard all of his life and still does even now at 72 years old. He had a succession of jobs working as a delivery driver for lumber companies. I worked at a company called Brackeen's for about 3 years. I don't know if that's still open or not, but I remembered it. And he worked for the city of Baton Rouge for 27 years. He actually retired from there. And he drove trucks. He worked at a gas station. He did numerous different things for the city of Baton Rouge. Like I said, he retired. Even though he had a full-time job and had children and a family, he also saved his money and started buying houses. He'd fix them up and flip them. Some of them he kept and rented out. But over the years, he's done that, and it's allowed him to be more financially secure and also for his family. But he's also taken an interest in helping his children, his grandchildren, children of, in the neighborhood or people that rent from him, to, try to show them how to do things rather than just being at loose ends as kids are in the summer or after school. He kind of takes them under his wing and shows them how to, do these things. That's his way of giving back. He hasn't had any convictions since that date. I know you all have access to his rap sheet, so I'll speak about those other two things. So there was a simple burglary and theft in 1978, and what he explained to me is he was asked by a friend, "Hey, come help me move some furniture from this house." And I think this guy had lived somewhere and he was moving, and he went and helped him. And apparently that there was a falling out between that renter, his friend, and the people that owned the house, and they ended up calling police and claiming they robbed him. Of course, he didn't know anything about that. Those charges, I think the DA's office didn't prosecute them, or they got dismissed at some point. Nothing ever came of that. And then there's an 88 aggravated battery, and I forget what he told me about that. Mr. Taylor, remind me of what that was about.
I don't know how it was a battery. It was
well, just the event that happened that led to
yes, it. I went to this house, girl's house, that I loaned her my car in my name. She got rid of me, and I went to get my car. Well, I had car and furniture, but I left the furniture. And I just drove out there with the car, and that's when she come out, trying to keep me from taking the car. And then nothing happened like that. The next door neighbors come out, and they were holding me at knife with gun, holding me at knife point, trying to keep me from taking my car. And then one of the one of them went in the house and grabbed sugar, and he was putting sugar in the gas tank. Well, I had another guy come down the street telling me that, you ought to not be doing this. And I'm telling them I'm just trying to get my car. And they put sugar in the gas tank of my car while I'm standing there, while they didn't hold me at knife point, which I called the police before I even came and told them. But they told me, don't worry about it, just go. If they need me, they come. But when that happened, they called the police and then told them that I was holding them at knife point, but we went to court. They went to court. Nobody showed up.
Yeah, so
They
the
went back,
case,
I think.
yeah, the case was dismissed. No one ever showed up.
Nobody showed up and they dismissed it.
So those events were 37 and 47 years ago. I don't think he's got anything else on his rap sheet since then. He's, been hardworking, industrious. He's dedicated to his family. And the letters of support say he's a thoughtful person and a good friend. And as he said, he's had some trouble in the neighborhoods where he owns his rent houses and stuff. And unfortunately, a lot of people have that experience. These days, they want to protect themselves. Can't blame them for that. I think that's probably about all I have to add. If you have any other questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Well, I was looking here at his record, and prior to when he got in trouble with
yes,
in 73 he had an armed robbery. In 75 he had an aggravated kidnapping.
Yes, and I forgot to mention that. I apologize.
Okay, in 78 there was another armed robbery. Got 5 years good time discharged.
That's actually the same armed robbery we were just talking. That's the same one.
78 one, which it got dismissed, is true, aggravated battery, but it said with a dangerous weapon.
Well, aggravated battery is always with a dangerous weapon. That's what makes it an aggravated battery.
Well, I know, but I'm wondering, what is the dangerous weapon? Was it a gun at that point, or?
Well, that's the story he was just talking about, the car where the people held him at knife point and called the police and said that he was holding them at knife point. So, yeah, it's that same incident.
And everything.
Ma'am?
I see where it was expunged. You got it.
Yeah, he did get that expunged. If I could go back to the Plaquemine, it actually says Baton Rouge.
Yeah,
I could not find anything on that. It's kind of odd because he would have been in jail at that time.
Okay.
For the armed robbery. So I never could make heads or tails of it. And there was even something in the minutes from his 73 armed robbery about Plaquemine. And I thought, well, maybe they've got it, somebody typed it in wrong. Drove out to Plaquemine and looked all through the records. I even spoke to his attorney, but I think he was the attorney or a public defender. I never could find anything about it. So
I just kind of noticed that before he got in trouble with this charge, there were other charges preceding it. So it was just something that I wanted to ask about. I don't have any further questions. Does anyone else?
Yeah, I do.
Yes.
I have many questions. So what was your part in this armed robbery besides driving the car?
Nothing. That was just basically it. Me driving the car. I just got off work, just trying to wind down a little bit, drinking beer with the guys, and we just drove. And
when the lady got raped. Where were you when the lady got raped?
I wasn't there.
You mean you wasn't there? All three of y'all supposed to be together when she got raped.
Were we?
What it says.
Yeah.
That's what it says.
Three of y'all.
I can't. I'm trying to hear you.
I'm trying to find out what was your actual involvement. They had a woman that was kidnapped and raped.
Okay.
You said you were driving the car. So did you leave them there? I mean, what happened? Where were you at when she was raped?
Well, I don't know what they. I didn't even know this had happened, but they did pull it. I know at one time when we was in there, when this happened, whenever this was going on, I wound up, so I'm scared as heck. And they wind up pulling the gun on me. Because I wasn't with none of that.
Okay.
I didn't even know what had happened to I don't know. A lot of stuff I just don't. No, I ain't never been so petrified before in my life. But it was nothing. I know you didn't believe it, but
Mr.
I'm hoping I'm answering your question. I'm trying to.
Yeah, Mr. Taylor, we'd like to hear from the victim's son. Mr. Zach Hawkins, we'd like to take your statement now.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, sir.
Well, the lady that was raped, that was my mother. Her name was Christine Hawkins. She passed away 5 years ago, so she's not here to represent herself. So that's why I am here. I did not know a lot about the case. I did know that, while my mom was here, she had to deal with this until, she had to take this to her grave. And so I know growing up, she talked about it, but I was, really little, so I didn't know the full story. And then, I got a call about this case, and everything kind of popped back up. So my main, while I'm here, is kind of just figure out the whole story, and why, at first I didn't even know he was, free. I thought he was still in jail, so I didn't know any of that. I understand, definitely trying to protect your family, and I get that whole point, but more than just armed robbery occurred that day. It was rape. It possibly could have been murder. I possibly could have not been here, today. So again, I'm just here to represent my mother, and because she cannot do that. And now, if there is several cases of armed robbery, it kind of makes it I don't know if that's a good idea to let somebody that's been convicted of armed robbery several times to be able to handle a gun again. But yes, so I guess that's all I have to say at this time.
Well, we appreciate you speaking with us this afternoon.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me just state for the record, in this case that we're talking about, and in Mr. Taylor's case, it is the armed robbery, but there were two co-defendants. Darrell King, convicted of armed robbery, he received a 10-year sentence in 1974. And he also, in Iberville Parish, was convicted of aggravated rape and sentenced to 30 years. The other co-defendant, Henry Bennett, also sentenced to 10 years of hard labor in 74, and then in Iberville, sentenced to 20 years of hard labor for the aggravated rape. So I just wanted to enter that information on the record. I don't see any other questions. I think we are prepared to vote. Mrs. Sager?
Yes, sir. I know you've done some really good things with your life since you got out of jail, at prison and everything like that, but this was very serious, and the effects that it left on the victim, was lifelong until her death. That was what the daughter said, and she said it was okay to share it and everything. And the mother was never got over it. She never did get over it. She was fearful of her surroundings, and that's the kind of legacy that leaves for a victim. So today I'm going to have to vote to deny.
Mr. Prager?
I concur.
Mr. Freeman?
I vote to deny criminal history and lack of clarity on the offense.
Mr. Tillis?
I concur with the statement.
All right, Mr. Taylor, you've received 4 votes to deny your application for a pardon with restoration of firearms. You've heard the reason. So today, sir, your application's been denied.
Thank you for your time.
Yes, sir. And that concludes our business this